Chapter 700. Angie still wanted to say something, but her words were stopped by Wei Rong. Yifeng looked on coldly as this girl was far inferior to Wei Rong. Wei Rong had planned to drag them all down with him from the very beginning. Anyone who had participated in the attack on the Hall of Insight would not be able to escape. He had become the leader, but everyone had to bear the price. Most importantly, these people had not known Wei Rong's true goal from the very beginning. They had all thought that he wanted to steal the Lockbreaker Society's treasures, which had been accumulated over the countless years. This incident on Source Peak Planet had been orchestrated by Wei Rong. He had stolen the treasures, recruited Lockbreakers, and started a new era. This was the leader of the Wei family's current generation. Since ancient times, the Wei family had produced wise men. This was why the Wei family had never produced an enlighter, but they had been able to monopolize armament weave. This generation's wise men were even more terrifying, and their ambitions were even greater. Amu followed behind Angie and looked at Wei Rong in amazement. This person had fooled everyone, but he had still managed to achieve his goal, which left others speechless. If they cooperated with this person, they might really be able to succeed in the future. On Source Peak Planet, many Lockbreakers were trying to pacify the others, but it was not very effective. Yifeng's announcement had made many people want to go to Armament Weave. Fiendly and Phelan could not stop them either. Within the ruins of the Hall of Insight, Lu Yin was alone with Wang Wen. "You want me to recruit Lockbreakers?" Wang Wen nodded and sighed in admiration. "I have to say that Wei Rong has played this beautifully. Not only did he obtain the Lockbreaker Society's treasures, but he also kidnapped the Lockbreakers. The consequences will be shared by several weaves, and he himself will benefit the most. No wonder he caught my eye. He's one of the few people with some intelligence. Not bad, not bad." Wei Rong used Yifeng to kidnap Lockbreakers, and you want me to kidnap Lockbreakers as well? Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen replied, "Of course. Wei Rong has already paved the way for you, and we can't let him enjoy the fruits of his labor alone. I previously asked you to gather Lockbreakers to guard the Hall of Insight, and with your reputation in the universe, you have enough prestige to kidnap a group of Lockbreakers." Wei Rong was able to kidnap Lockbreakers mostly because of Yifeng's promise. Wang Wen's mouth twitched. "Don't you have Phelan?" Phelan and Yifeng were both trial mentors, and they had the same status. If Yifeng could abduct Lockbreakers, then Phelan could as well. Phelan has always wanted to become the president of the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society. Just do as she wishes and support her in becoming the president. Then have her help you lure a group of Lockbreakers to Frostwave Weave. If she's unwilling, then you know what to do. You've done this sort of thing quite a few times, Wang Wen said with a pleased smile. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he looked at the dilapidated Hall of Insight and the dispirited Lockbreakers. If Wei Rong could abduct a group of them, then so could he. Chess piece, bro. The Outerverse is going to be very lively in the near future. You should take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen yourself. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to share in some of the benefits, Wang Wen said lazily before ending the call. There were some things that Wang Wen would not say too clearly, but Lu Yin understood. Even without Wang Wen's reminder, Lu Yin had already thought of some things the moment the Hall of Insight had collapsed. There were several behemoths in the Outerverse. The Outerverse Lockbreaker Society was one of them, followed by Shamrock Enterprises, Mavis Bank, Aurora Corporation, and so on. These behemoths had stood tall in the Outerverse for countless years, and even if their weaves were destroyed, nothing would happen to them. Now that the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society was the first to collapse, it would definitely lead to a chain of events. Who would be next? Wei Rong had truly opened up an incredible beginning. However, Lu Yin smiled as he liked it. If he did not get rid of these decaying behemoths, then how would he be able to establish a new order? Wei Rong had already paved the way, and he was definitely not the only one walking down this path. It all depended on who walked the fastest. At present, it seemed that Lu Yin was ahead of Wei Rong, as the entire Eastern Weave had already united. Why is there a secret room here?" Someone cried out in surprise, and everyone looked over. Lu Yin was just about to chat with Phelan, and when he heard this, he looked over as well. He saw that there was an intact secret room within the ruins of the Hall of Insight, and it had not been opened by any of the cultivators. However, the door to the secret room was clearly damaged. It was not that the cultivators did not want to open it, but rather that they could not. Lu Yin walked over to take a look, but he suddenly turned around in disbelief. He saw a terrifying number of rune lines appear, and they were rapidly moving from the west to the east. These rune lines had appeared very abruptly and exaggeratedly, as if they had suddenly multiplied by 10 times. Previously there had only been cruiser rune lines in that direction. Bang 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 bang. Dozens of lockbreakers' bodies exploded as a figure covered in a black carapace streaked through the void and appeared in front of the secret room. The figure punched out, and with a bang a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions, sending dozens of lockbreakers around the secret room flying. The void distorted and tore apart, and the shockwave transformed into a thunderous explosion. Lu Yin's expression changed. What a terrifying physical body. Unfortunately, this punch did not manage to break open the door to the secret room, and it only managed to add a small crack to the door. The person in the black carapace punched out a second time, then a third time, and so on. One punch after another he tried to break open the door to the secret room. In the distance Fiendly was aghast. Stop him. That's President Jeffrey's secret room, and it contains the Society's secrets. Stop him. Many lockbreakers rushed over to attack the black carapace person. These lockbreakers were all cruisers or even peak cruisers, but they were all forced back by a casual gust of wind from the black carapace person. This was the ruins of the Hall of Insight, and the star energy here was fixed. No battle technique could display its greatest destructive power, but physical strength was an exception. The black carapace person's physical strength was shockingly powerful. Fiendly also attacked, and his star energy transformed into a visible vortex that attempted to sweep the black carapace person away. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw Fiendly's control over star energy. He was able to continuously increase the destructive power of his star energy, and his control over it was not inferior to a top-notch battle technique. Phelan and the other two perceptive intermediate lockbreakers attacked at the same time. Even Saul was wary of their combined attacks. The black carapace person was suppressed by pure star energy, and no matter how strong his physical body was, he could not withstand the pressure and was forced underground. But in the next moment, Lu Yin shouted, "Be careful." The number of rune lines in his eyes increased by 10 times, and a cold aura spread out. Lu Yin was very familiar with this aura. It was the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King. This person was a Corpse King. There was only one battle technique that could increase one's power level by 10 times. The Corpse King transformation. There was a low roar as a terrifying shockwave rippled out from underground. A strong gale tore through the void and forced Fiendly and the others back. The fierce gale caused them to spit out blood, and the black-armored man leaped up and raised his fist to punch the void. A terrifying force tore through the void, and spatial cracks spread out like black lightning bolts that swallowed up many lockbreakers. The oppressive pressure was like a planet crashing into Source Peak Planet, causing many of the people on the planet to vomit blood and faint. A pair of cold, emotionless green eyes followed. Green eyes, it's a Corpse King. A second transformation Corpse King. 7th bro run. The monkey shouted in panic. Not too far away, Ku Wei's pupils shrank. A cruiser realm Corpse King that could use the second transformation had actually appeared. What exactly was the Neo-Human Alliance planning? This Corpse King had definitely been hiding on Source Peak Planet for a long time, and Ku Wei looked towards Jeffrey's secret room. There had to be something there that this Corpse King could not wait to attack. The Corpse King had only punched once, but it had heavily injured one of the strongest lockbreakers. Fiendly had already been heavily injured, and this attack had almost crippled him. There was a thump, and the Corpse King turned around and punched the secret room. This punch's power was comparable to the previous 10 punches, and it created a huge hole in the door. Lu Yin donned his universal armor and charged towards the Corpse King. Don't touch the president's secret room. He punched out as physical strength was the most important thing here. The Corpse King turned around and punched out as well. There were no fancy battle techniques, and it was a contest of physical strength. There was a loud thump as the void exploded and a huge spatial crack appeared, splitting the sky in half. Violent gales spread out in all directions and everyone was blown away. The Serpent Queen, Straight Metallic Man, Shi-Chi and the rest were all sent flying by the irresistible force. Only Aiden, Ku Wei and a few others were able to remain standing. Lu Yin took several steps back and felt his fist hurt. He could feel the Corpse King's strength through his universal armor, and in terms of physical strength, This Corpse King was abnormally strong. When he had first encountered a Corpse King that had undergone the Corpse King transformation, Lu Yin had already known that this battle technique would greatly enhance the physical body, but he had not expected the increase to be so exaggerated. It was almost a tenfold increase. The Corpse King's physical body was already tough, and it far surpassed that of its peers. The first transformation of Gray Eyes increased the physical strength of its body by tenfold, and the second transformation of Green Eyes increased the base strength of Gray Eyes by another tenfold. This Corpse King's physical strength was enough to crush most Enlighters with power levels of over 200,000. If not for his universal armor, Lu Yin would not have dared to charge forward. Now he was worried that his universal armor would not be able to withstand the Corpse King's physical strength. Seventh bro, you're crazy. This is the second transformation of Green Eyes, which is equivalent to 100-fold increase in physical strength. The Corpse King's physical strength is not much weaker than yours, so you're just courting death if you charge forward. Run, no one will blame you. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. Shut up. He then charged forward and punched out again. He had already transferred all 3 grains of fates and then was using his strongest physical strength. The Corpse King's green eyes were icy and it similarly punched out. It was a very simple exchange of blows, but the intensity of the attack caused everyone's scalps to go numb. The sound waves turned into thunderous explosions that almost tore the sky apart, and the entire Source Peak planet descended into a scene of doomsday. The forest collapsed and lava splashed everywhere. Lu Yin and the Corpse King sank into the ground at the same time, and the ruins of the Hall of Insight were reduced to dust. Only Jeffrey's secret room was left behind. A giant crack extended along the ground and swallowed up the mountain range in the distance. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he stared at the Corpse King. His fists felt powerless and the Corpse King punched out again. Lu Yin endured the pain in his arms and continued to attack. After dozens of punches, the entire underground area was pulverized, and large patches of land collapsed as Source Peak planet shook. Chapter 701. Felin stared at the ground in shock, as no one had expected such a variable to appear in this lockbreaker competition. She had thought that everything was under her control, but things had turned out this way. If this continued, then not only would the Hall of Insight be destroyed, but even Source Peak planet would be finished. Shi-Chi leaped up, but she was swept up by the shockwaves from the ground and flung away. Above her head the fish was shouting, but no one knew what it was shouting. She could vaguely hear something about a Corpse King transforming into a monster. Ku Wei stared at the ground with a solemn expression. Even he could not intervene in such a battle, as this was equivalent to an Enlighter's battle. If they were fighting on a planet, then the planet was doomed. Fiend Li's eyes widened and he was supported by a few lockbreakers as he floated in the air. Source Peak planet cannot be destroyed. Absolutely not. Underground, Lu Yin took a punch to the chest. Although his universal armor had blocked it, his chest still felt heavy. The Corpse King's physical body was too strong, and Lu Yin was sent flying 100 meters away. At this moment, Aiden appeared with his thunder shield, blocking Lu Yin's path as he faced the Corpse King head-on. The Corpse King punched out with both fists and with a bang the thunder shield shattered. Aiden's 9-lined battle force became unstable, and his body was sent flying as well as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seventh bro, stop fighting and leave. You're definitely not his match. The monkey shouted. The Corpse King relied on physical strength and not star energy attacks, so Lu Yin's secret art was practically useless against it. He could only defend and counterattack. As he thought about it, Lu Yin rushed forward again and pressed down with a palm. 30 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. The Corpse King raised its head and its body blurred until it disappeared. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his stars revolved as he changed directions and slapped out with a single palm. The Corpse King appeared in the void and punched out. With a bang, a horizontal shockwave tore through the ground and then exploded into the sky. Layers of shockwaves rippled through the ground, and many lockbreakers who were high up in the sky were caught in the shockwaves and were blown away without being able to resist. Lu Yin was forced back again, and the Corpse King's green eyes closed in on him as it reached out to grab him. Lu Yin dodged with the secret sidestep and quickly retreated. The Corpse King did not chase after him and instead, it turned around and punched the door. This time the door could not withstand the Corpse King's attack and was shattered. Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he rushed in at the same time. The room was not very large and there was a strangely shaped source box at the center of the room. When the Corpse King charged in, distorted ripples appeared in the void and wrapped around him. This was the source box's danger zone. Lu Yin was a step too slow and he hurriedly came to a stop. He scanned his surroundings and his gaze finally landed on a corner. There were two boxes, one large and one small, and the Corpse King was doing his best to break free from the ripples and walk towards the boxes. Lu Yin held onto the giant emperor's third eye and stared intently at the source box's murderous aura. He used the secret sidestep technique to constantly flicker as he rapidly approached the box. He was even faster than the Corpse King. The Corpse King growled and under Lu Yin's astonished gaze, its right arm extended and grabbed the larger box. This was an innate gift. Lu Yin grew anxious and just as the Corpse King was about to grab another box he stabbed out with his pike. Although the pike's spiritual force attack was useless against the Corpse King, its sharpness was unparalleled. With the addition of Lu Yin's strength, it nailed the Corpse King's extended arm to the wall. Lu Yin took advantage of this opportunity to grab the smaller box and put it away. The Corpse King's green eyes stared at Lu Yin as it retracted its arm and pulled out a pike to stab at Lu Yin. Lu Yin dodged the attack and rushed out of the room. The Corpse King struggled to rush out of the room as well. Lu Yin no longer planned on tangling with the Corpse King, as this monster was not something that he could defeat. Even if he had a money bomb that could instantly kill an enlighter, it would be useless. The Corpse King's physical strength far surpassed that of a normal enlighter's, and the money bomb might not be able to instantly kill it. Lu Yin rushed out to the surface and saw that his surroundings had greatly changed. The ground had collapsed and the sky was filled with smoke. In the distance, red lava was constantly spewing out, filling the air with a pungent smell. When Fiend Li and the rest saw Lu Yin rush out to the surface, they hurriedly asked, "How is it?" At that moment, the Corpse King rushed out from the surface and stared at Lu Yin with its green eyes before vanishing. The stars around Lu Yin's body revolved as he used the secret sidestep technique to dodge the Corpse King's attack. The Corpse King's attack had missed, and it waved its hand to shoot a gust of wind towards Fiend Li and the rest. From underground, Aiden also rushed out and used his 9-line battle force to attack the Corpse King, but he was repelled by a single punch. Lu Yin saw that the Corpse King was still staring at him and he immediately shouted, "The secret room has been opened, and the things inside have been stolen by him." Fiend Li's face went pale. "Everyone listen up. We cannot let this person escape." Even so, there was no one on Source Peak Planet who could fight against the Corpse King. At most, Lu Yin would be able to remain undefeated. The Corpse King chased after Lu Yin, determined to snatch the other box. Lu Yin looked around and saw Ku Wei, so he rushed over without hesitation. Ku Wei's mouth fell open. F***CK. Lu Yin smiled at Ku Wei. "I'll leave it to you." Ku Wei was stunned and then he stood in place without moving. The Corpse King actually ignored him and continued to chase after Lu Yin. Lu Yin was astonished. How was this possible? It seemed that the Corpse King's intelligence was limited, and it only knew how to act and was not interested in anything else. "Seventh bro, go back and look for Ku Wei. He's definitely from the Seven Quartz Ku family, and he's also one of the 3 Dark Hands. I don't believe that he can't deal with the Corpse King." The monkey shouted. Even if the monkey hadn't said anything, Lu Yin had already planned to do so. Fiend Li was injured and on the verge of death, Phelan was not very strong and the rest of the lockbreakers were at most hunters. They would not be able to fight back against the Corpse King. Only Ku Wei was different and it had nothing to do with his battle prowess. Lu Yin felt that Ku Wei was reliable because of his status. When Ku Wei saw that Lu Yin had returned, he broke into a run and shouted, "Bro, Brother Wei didn't offend you. Why are you chasing after me?" Lu Yin replied, "Bro, help me block it for a while." "Are you crazy?" Ku Wei wanted to cry but no tears came out. Behind him, the Corpse King suddenly sped up and tore through the void to appear in front of Lu Yin. It punched out, but Lu Yin dodged with the secret sidestep and passed by the Corpse King once again. The Corpse King punched back and the wind from the punch distorted space as it transformed into a majestic shockwave that swept forward. Lu Yin was able to block it, but Ku Wei was swept away by the shockwave and smashed into the ground. Ku Wei was an explorer, and it was already quite impressive that he could display the strength of a hunter at most. Even so, he could not fight back against the Corpse King. Lu Yin felt helpless, as it seemed that this fellow would not be of much use. This person's strength was similar to Lu Yin's, and he had the strength to challenge a hunter who was a realm breaker. However, Lu Yin had relied on his universal armor to fight against the Corpse King, and this person could not block the Corpse King without it. Lu Yin used the secret sidestep to continuously dodge the Corpse King's attacks. With his serious art and secret sidestep, he was confident that the Corpse King would not be able to hit him. After some time, the Corpse King would definitely leave and the Hall of Honor would not leave it be. In the distance, Fiendly pushed aside the lockbreakers who were supporting him and dragged his heavily injured body towards the top of the ruins of the Hall of Insight. That area was enveloped by the killing intent of the 4 giant source boxes. He floated high in the sky and looked at Source Peak Planet with a complicated expression. I never thought that this would be the last thing I see in my life. Jeffrey's worries have come true. Since that's the case, I'll keep my promise and not let that item fall into anyone else's hands. He then raised his gadget and sent out a message. He then looked towards the battlefield where Lu Yin and the Corpse King were chasing each other and said something. Lu Yin was currently dodging the Corpse King's attacks when his ears twitched. He looked in Fiend Li's direction in astonishment, and then he charged over without hesitation. The Corpse King followed closely behind. Lu Yin charged into the area enveloped by the 4 giant trees and then continued to head east. The Corpse King chased after Lu Yin and also charged into the area enveloped by the 4 giant trees. The moment Lu Yin left the area, Fiend Li's eyes widened, and the star energy in the area changed. The 4 giant trees suddenly withered to reveal source boxes of different sizes and shapes. The void froze as the 4 source boxes emitted a faint glow. Then for some unknown reason the area around them suddenly distorted, and all the star energy within vanished. The Corpse King and Fiend Li himself also vanished. Lu Yin was stunned by this scene. What was this? All the star energy within the area enveloped by the 4 giant trees had completely vanished. The Corpse King, Fiend Li, and even everything on the ground that contained star energy had all vanished. There was no longer any star energy left in that area. Was this a source box array? Only boundless advanced lockbreakers could comprehend it, and it was a supreme technique for lockbreakers. That was a Corpse King with green eyes at the second transformation, and it had disappeared just like that. It was too terrifying. Rumor has it that in ancient times, some powerful lockbreakers could use source box arrays to kill superpower houses. Seems like it's true, the monkey sighed. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he thought about True Insight. The 36 pages of True Insight contained a source box array. If a source box array could be so powerful, then True Insight would be comparable to a secret technique. It was no wonder why Saul wanted to obtain True Insight so much. Unfortunately, Fiendly was only a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker and could not comprehend a source box array. Although Lu Yin did not know how Fiendly had activated this source box array, he had paid the price with his life. If President Jeffrey had been here, then what would have happened? Lu Yin did not dare to imagine how powerful Jeffrey was, and whether or not he had comprehended a source box array. If he had, then he would have been able to deal with Saul, Lord Egret, and the Corpse King all by himself. A wooden box fell from the sky. This was the item that the Corpse King had obtained from Jeffrey's secret room. Lu Yin wanted to take it away, but he did not dare to enter that space. Phelan flew over from the distance and entered the space. She took the box and heaved a sigh of relief. She then looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Lu Yin met Phelan's gaze. That senior lockbreaker from before was willing to die so that it wouldn't fall into the hands of others, right? Phelan placed the box into her cosmic ring without replying. Lu Yin looked around. Source Peak Planet is finished. The Hall of Insight, the Vice President, and the Honorary Vice President are all finished. No one can stop you from becoming the President now. Phelan's body trembled and she bitterly replied, "What's the point of becoming the President now?" "I'll support you," Lu Yin said. Phelan fell silent. Around them many lockbreakers were in a sorry state. They were either standing on the ground or floating in the air. It was as if they had all lost their souls. Too many things had happened on this day, so much that they could not accept it all. Thank you. The final Curtain Brothers reward. Thank you all brothers for your support. The third update. Thank you. Chapter 702. I'm going to Armament Weave to find Master Yifeng, a lockbreaker said loudly before leaping into space. Following his words, the other lockbreakers left one after another. Source Peak Planet was finished, so there was no point in staying. Phelan had a complicated expression as the Lockbreaker Society was truly finished. Aren't you going to do anything? If you let them leave, then even if you become the president, you won't have many subordinates left, Lu Yin said as he looked around. Although Aiden had been injured, he was fine. The main problem was where Deng Pu had gone. He had not seen him since the start of the battle, and he had 3 pages of true insight. Phelan looked at Lu Yin. Are you really willing to support me as the president? Of course, Lu Yin replied. In the past, Phelan would not have cared if Lu Yin supported her or not. She had only looked for Lu Yin to use his identity to expose Saul's scheme, but things were different now. Lu Yin had called upon the Lockbreakers to defend the Hall of Insight and fought to the very end to help Fiendly kill his final enemy. He had a certain amount of influence in the hearts of these Lockbreakers. What are your conditions? Phelan asked. Lu Yin removed his universal armor and smiled. Source Peak Planet is finished. I know of a place that's very suitable for Lockbreakers, and I hope that you can move the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters there. Phelan's eyes flashed. Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin smiled. That's right. Phelan immediately refused. That's impossible. Source Peak Planet is the foundation of the Lockbreaker Society. Wrong. Lockbreakers are the foundation of the Lockbreaker Society. Without Lockbreakers, everything is just empty talk, Lu Yin said. You're the same as Wei Rong. You both want to carve up the Lockbreakers, Phelan said stiffly, and her eyes were filled with hatred. Lu Yin's smile faded. Wrong again. I'm different from him. I'm not the one who planned and executed everything. Phelan trembled. What do you mean? Lu Yin looked at her. President Jeffrey is no longer here. Vice President Saul has been expelled. Honorary Vice President Fiendly is dead. Mr. Jun has fled and Yifeng has joined the Wei family. You're the only one in the Lockbreaker Society who has the qualifications to become the president. If these Lockbreakers find out that you were the one behind the scenes, what would they think? Phelan's face paled as she stared at Lu Yin. What would they think if they found out that you, the president, had been tricked from the very beginning, causing the society to almost collapse? Lu Yin asked indifferently. You're threatening me. Phelan clenched her fists, her gentle face turning dark. I'm threatening you. Either you become the president and help me bring the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society to Frostwave Weave, and then I'll support you and the entire Great Eastern Alliance will support you. Or you'll become a disgrace to the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society and bear the blame for its dissolution. Choose one. Phelan's body trembled, her eyes flickered, sometimes filled with killing intent, sometimes filled with helplessness and hatred. She wanted to kill him, but she did not have the ability to do so. Even if you don't say anything, once I bring the Lockbreaker Society to Frostwave Weave, Wei Rong will be exposed, Phelan said in a low voice. Lu Yin replied, perhaps, but if you don't do it, then I'll immediately expose you. Phelan looked at Lu Yin with pleading eyes. I can make you the honorary vice president of the society, and I'll even listen to many of your orders. Can you keep the society in Source Peak Weave? Lu Yin sighed. That's why I say that you're too narrow-minded and foolish. Source Peak Planet is just a place that the senior Lockbreakers established, and it's just a place. It once symbolized the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, but the moment the Hall of Insight collapsed, that symbol no longer had any meaning. What we need to do is erect a new symbol. You and I are the creators of a new chapter in the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society. Do you understand? Phelan froze in place, deep in thought. Lu Yin calmly said, if you stay on Source Peak Planet, you'll forever be one of the presidents of the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, and the most useless one at that. Once the Innerverse and Outerverse are reconnected and Jeffrey returns, your value will be gone. But if you go to Frostwave Weave, the new Outerverse Lockbreaker Society will be created under your leadership, and everything that the Lockbreakers obtain will be provided by you. The person they need to respect is you, not the title of president. But what can I provide? If we rashly bring the society to Frostwave Weave, will there be any Lockbreakers willing to follow us? Phelan asked. Lu Yin smiled. What did Yifeng do? You have to do better than him. Phelan was shocked. You want me to publicize my lock-breaking experience? Lu Yin's lips curled up. It's not just you. Many other lock-breakers have to do the same. For example, Fiendly. As one of the examiners, you should know where the Outerverse lock-breakers are stored and you can share those source boxes with others. In any case, I don't care what you do, but you have to bring those lock-breakers to Frostwave Weave. In return, the Great Eastern Alliance and I will always support you. Phelan remained where she was, still in a dilemma. More and more lock-breakers left Source Peak Planet and headed to Armament Weave. Lu Yin coldly said, Source Peak Planet is no longer suitable for survival. Make a decision quickly, or else most of the lock-breakers will be brought to Armament Weave by Yifeng. Even if you become the president, there won't be much meaning. Phelan looked up and leaped into the distance. I understand. Lu Yin watched her leave and then looked underground. Wang Wen's voice rang out in his ears. Perhaps you'll gain even more than Wei Rong this time. I hope so. You want me to destroy Source Peak Planet's core and make it uninhabitable. Can I really bring the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society to Frostwave Weave? Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen replied, Of course, as long as you control Phelan. Lockbreakers have a very high status, and aside from the risks of lockbreaking, they don't have to worry about many other things. Thus, many lockbreakers are like flowers in a greenhouse and they don't know how to deal with others. Furthermore, they've been protected by the society for a long time, and no one dares to do anything to them. Their reliance on the society is far greater than you can imagine. Once Phelan moves to Frostwave Weave in the name of the society, most lockbreakers will be willing to go. Lu Yin nodded as he had experienced this himself. When he was still weak, he had relied on the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society to survive until now. Otherwise, any random member of the Day-Night clan would have been able to deal with him. Lockbreakers relied heavily on the society. Chess piece bro, let me ask you a question. Wang Wen's tone changed and he asked curiously, Why did you establish the Great Eastern Alliance? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. To protect the Eastern Weaves. Just the Eastern Weaves? Wang Wen's tone rose and it was clear that he did not believe Lu Yin. What do you think? Lu Yin asked. Actually, the Outerverse resources aren't much worse than the Innerverse, and the Outerverse territory is much larger than the Innerverse. Once the 72 Weaves unite, they'll become an extremely terrifying power, especially when it comes to resources. Once they're all gathered together, the power that they'll be able to display is something that neither you nor I can estimate, Wang Wen said. Lu Yin sighed. That's right. It's a pity that the Outerverse is too big and no one can gather all of its resources. Even the top corporation Endless Borders, which claims to be able to traverse the Outerverse unhindered, only occasionally visits Frostwave Weave. Their regular route only passes through 30 weaves, and it's impossible for them to cover the entire Outerverse. In the past it would have been impossible, but things are different now. The explosive increase in energy has caused the Innerverse and Outerverse to be separated, and many of the Outerverse 72 weaves have been separated as well. This has made many things easier to resolve and there are no longer any constraints. As long as one has the ability, they can slowly annex other weaves, just like your Great Eastern Alliance. In the past, any weave could have asked for reinforcements from the Innerverse, and your Great Eastern Alliance would have been completely destroyed. But that won't happen now. If the Great Eastern Alliance can do it, then the same can be done if you go further west. There are too few supreme powerhouses in the Outerverse, and although there are many resources, they've always been dominated by the Innerverse. If all of these resources are used to develop the Outerverse, then the powerhouses that will be born won't be much weaker than those of the Innerverse. Wang Wen said a lot in one breath and Lu Yin listened for a long time before finally asking, What are you trying to say? Wang Wen chuckled. Have you ever thought about completely unifying the Outerverse? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I've thought about it in my dreams. But you're not dreaming now. I can't do it. How would you know if you haven't done it? You're going to help me? Wang Wen fell silent for a moment. You'll get bored of Ironblood Weave if you stay there for too long. I can help you, but the prerequisite is that you have to completely unify the Great Eastern Alliance. You've welcomed me with a gift and you'll be very happy with my gift in return. What gift? Lu Yin was filled with anticipation. Wang Wen smiled but did not say anything. Instead he said, Chess piece bro, the Outerverse isn't as simple as just unifying the resources. If you can unify the Outerverse, then the benefits you'll obtain will be unimaginable. You'll understand when the time comes. Work hard in this direction. Goodbye. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Unifying the entire Outerverse was a distant dream, but it was also very challenging. If the Great Eastern Alliance could be established, then why couldn't the Outerverse 72 weaves? How would he know if he didn't try? In the distance, in the sky, Phelan looked down at the many dazed lockbreakers below her. Was she really going to do as Lu Yin had said and become his puppet? She thought about it and then gritted her teeth as she turned on her gadget. Soon after, she heard a voice. Master Phelan, why did you contact me so late? Phelan was furious. Wei Rong, you went back on our agreement. Mentor Phelan, you can't speak carelessly. Back then, our agreement was to help you expel Saul and take the position of president, and I've done that. Saul has already been expelled and there's no one in the entire Lockbreaker Society who can threaten you. The position of president naturally belongs to you, right? Wei Rong smiled. Phelan was furious. You disbanded the society and allowed Yifeng to take away the Lockbreakers. What's the point of me taking the position of president? Your true goal is to steal the society's treasures and you're just using me. Wei Rong smiled. Master, don't be so harsh with your words. Since you don't think it's meaningful, why don't you come to Armament Weave and help me? You're so familiar with Master Yifeng and will have a pleasant cooperation. Okay, or also welcomes you since you're her mentor. Chapter 703. Phelan coldly replied, let Yifeng return to the Lockbreaker Society and we'll call it quits. As for the treasures, whatever you took will belong to you. How about that? Who gave Mentor the confidence to speak to me like that? Wei Rong teased. Phelan's gaze turned cold. The Lockbreaker Society's countless years of history are still intact. Do you want to become the entire Lockbreaker Society's enemy? The Innerverse and Outerverse will connect sooner or later, and with the support of the Innerverse Lockbreaker Society, killing you will be as easy as crushing an ant. Maybe, but that will have to wait until the Innerverse and Outerverse are connected. For now, if Mentor Phelan has nothing else to say, then we won't be contacting each other. Wei Rong then hung up. He needed Lockbreakers, but he did not need Phelan. This woman was too ambitious, but she was also stupid and could be easily used by others. Someone like her was worthless in his eyes, and she could not even compare to a one-star perceptive intermediate Lockbreaker. Yifeng could bring a group of Lockbreakers to Armament Weave, and the remaining Lockbreakers would slowly be attracted over. Wei Rong was not in a hurry as he did not want to reach the heavens in a single step. These Lockbreakers were quite difficult to deal with, so he would take his time. In the sky above Source Peak Planet, Phelan put down her gadget with a gloomy expression. Wei Rong's attitude was resolute, and he had no intention of compromising. She could not even raise any conditions for Wei Rong, and since that was the case, she could only go along with Lu Yin's wishes. When the time came, even if Wei Rong publicized their secret collaboration, she could use Lu Yin's influence to refute him. When she thought about this, Phelan smiled bitterly. Since when had Lockbreakers been reduced to mere tools and subordinates of cultivators? Not long after, Shi-Chi, who had come to find Lu Yin, cried out in surprise. She looked at her gadget and saw that Phelan had sent out a notice. She was moving the Lockbreaker Society to Frostwave Weave as the acting president, and she had also offered many attractive conditions just like Yifeng. Many Lockbreakers who had been planning to go to Armament Weave immediately stopped. Go to Frostwave Weave? I don't remember that Weave having any special features, and I haven't found any source boxes. It's also quite far away, so why go there? Mentor Phelan's reason. Our Lockbreaker Society needs the Great Eastern Alliance's protection. The Great Eastern Alliance is made up 8 weaves in the east and it's very powerful. It's also the Alliance's resources. With the Empire's royal regent Lu Yin's existence, even Enlighters don't dare provoke them. That's right. Right now, our society doesn't have anyone who can deal with Enlighters, so it's best if we have someone to protect us. Since when do Lockbreakers need to be protected? How embarrassing. Discussions broke out everywhere. Some people agreed while others disagreed. Regardless, it was impossible for them to stay on Source Peak Planet any longer. Phelan had moved the Society's headquarters to Frostwave Weave in her capacity as acting president, and no one in the Society had the right to object. Many of the Lockbreakers were free, and they did not usually come to the society's headquarters. However, there were still quite a few lockbreakers who were stationed at the headquarters all year round, and these people were the ones that Phelan needed to appease. Fortunately, Yifeng's offer had tempted many lockbreakers and Phelan's offer was even better. With this comparison in mind, many lockbreakers began to form a plan. They had no other choice. They could either look for Yifeng or follow Phelan. In comparison, although Yifeng was stronger, Phelan had the right to be the acting president. She could even take away all of the Research Society's resources, which was much better than Yifeng. As for Armament Weave and the Great Eastern Alliance, they could not be compared at all. Many lockbreakers who had originally planned to head to Armament Weave decided to follow Phelan to Frostwave Weave instead. The biggest mistake that Wei Rong made was not allowing Yifeng to stay behind and compete for the position of acting president. Otherwise, he could have packed up all of these lockbreakers and brought them to Armament Weave, the monkey lamented. Lu Yin replied, "It's not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. Yifeng doesn't have as deep a foundation as Phelan in the society, and even if he had stayed behind to compete with her, he wouldn't have been able to win. Besides, Armament Weave can't take in that many lockbreakers. If not for the Great Eastern Alliance, Frostwave Weave would not have been able to take in so many lockbreakers either." "Then how did Source Peak Weave endure it?" the monkey retorted. Lu Yin replied, "When Source Peak Weave first established the society's headquarters, it definitely did not have that many lockbreakers. It developed step by step. Otherwise, where else do you think the Hall of Insight would have so many treasures?" Speaking of treasures, Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. He could check his gains later and see what he had obtained. He was especially looking forward to the box in Jeffrey's secret room. Both boxes were items that the Corpse King needed, so they were definitely valuable. "Brother Lu, are we really going to Frostwave Weave?" Shichi walked over to Lu Yin's side and asked. Lu Yin nodded. "The society is being targeted by vile people, and what happened today will definitely happen again in the future. After all, the society's countless years of heritage are enough to make others jealous. Once we reach Frostwave Weave, I can have the entire Great Eastern Alliance protect us, and we'll also have the Great Eastern Alliance's resources to support us. These lockbreakers won't have any problems with their cultivation." Shichi grunted in acknowledgement. "Familiar two-legged beast. Lord Fish sees that you have an amazing bone structure and you seem to be quite lucky. Why don't you follow Lord Fish? Lord Fish will teach you true insight." The fish on Shichi's head spoke up, its tail constantly flapping about. Lu Yin could not be bothered with it. "It's a pity about those source boxes. All of the two-legged beasts have left and no one can take them away," the fish said. Lu Yin followed the fish's gaze and looked at the 4 large trees. They had become large trees again and new trees were growing out of them. This was very mystical. These 4 source boxes truly moved Lu Yin. It would be great if he could take them away, but the fish was right. No one could take them away. Source boxes were treasures that could be seen, but no one had the ability to obtain them. There were source boxes on the Shenwu continent, in every stronghold in Iron Blood Weave, and here too. Lu Yin coveted these source boxes. If he had the ability to unlock all of them, then he might be able to obtain something incredible. At this moment, Ku Wei arrived. He was in a sorry state and he angrily accused Lu Yin of using him as a scapegoat. Lu Yin sized him up with a strange gaze. "Your surname makes it easy for me to do that." Ku Wei was stunned, but then he burst into laughter. "Surname? What surname? Call me Brother Wei. My full name makes you feel like an outsider." "Ah." He then ran off. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This person was definitely from the 7 Quartz Ku family. Each of the 3 dark hands possessed unfathomable power, and even the great powers of the Innerverse did not want to provoke them. Lu Yin did not want to go up against such a terrifying power at the moment. Up until now, the Neo-Human Alliance had not acted against him, and he had only run into them by coincidence. If the Neo-Human Alliance really wanted to act against him, then Lu Yin was not confident that he could stop them unless he asked Mr. Mu for help. Lu Yin still remembered the fate of the Yushan bloodline. The 7 courts were equally famous as the Neo-Human Alliance, and they were definitely not kind people. Lu Yin found a secluded area and checked his loot. First, he snatched the cultivator's cosmic rings and he obtained blood from each of them. He opened them one by one. He looted dozens of cosmic rings, but there was nothing special about them. Some of them were even empty. Finally he found something good in one of the rings. It was a crystal bottle with a liquid inside and an introduction on the outside. This was a lock-breaking tool. Lu Yin was delighted. This was a good item and any lock-breaking tool was worth a lot of money. He looked at the amount of spring water in the bottle and estimated that there were about 20 drops, which was not bad. He continued to open his cosmic rings and looked through them one by one. Soon enough he found another good item, dozens of chips. Lu Yin inserted one of the chips into his gadget and saw a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker's lock-breaking videos, as well as an introduction to that lockbreaker's lock-breaking experience. Lu Yin was ecstatic as this was the greatest treasure to a lockbreaker. A single chip recorded a lockbreaker's entire lifetime of lock-breaking experience. Lu Yin almost couldn't hold back his laughter. There were more than 30 chips in this cosmic ring, which was equivalent to the lifetime worth of lock-breaking experience of more than 30 lockbreakers. This wealth was so great that even Lu Yin was a little flustered. If this information was exposed, then the lockbreakers outside would probably eat him alive. This was the most valuable item in the Hall of Insight. Lu Yin looked through them one by one, but they were all lock-breaking experiences. He did not have time to study them, so he put them all away and continued to look through them. In the end, Lu Yin obtained 2 lock-breaking tools, 100 chips that recorded his experience, more than 100,000 star essence, and a strange technique from the cosmic rings. The 2 lock-breaking tools were the spring water and a pink gauze dress that was obviously designed for a woman. As for the strange technique, it was called the Vitality Sacrifice Technique. According to the records, it was a technique that overdraft one's life force to unleash one's potential. Once it was used, it was equivalent to the end of one's life. Lu Yin recalled that Fiend Li's rune lines had rapidly increased before his death, and he had been able to activate the 4 tree-type source boxes. He had probably used the Vitality Sacrifice Technique. The additional harvest was more than 100,000 star essence, which was a great fortune. Lu Yin's harvest from this trip to Source Peak Planet had been too great. There was one final item, which was the box that he had obtained from Jeffrey's secret room. He carefully took it out and slowly opened it. A strand of golden light shone out. When he saw the golden light, Lu Yin's breathing became heavy and his eyes widened. No way, it can't be that, right? That's too lucky. When the box was opened, 5 golden pages appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes. They looked very familiar as he had seen them not too long ago. They were the same ones that Saul had seen when he opened the box. True Insight. The champion of the Lockbreaker competition had been rewarded with 3 pages of True Insight. When the battle had started, Deng Pu had disappeared with it and Saul had even been expelled from the Lockbreaker Society because of it. Now Lu Yin had obtained 5 pages. Lu Yin had never imagined that his luck would be so good as to actually obtain 5 pages of True Insight. This was definitely something that the Corpse King wanted to steal, and it was no wonder why the Corpse King had risked its life to steal it. 5 pages of True Insight were simply too valuable. Lu Yin hurriedly closed the box and his eyes lit up with excitement. He could not help but laugh. 7th bro, it really is True Insight. You've struck it rich. The monkey laughed. Lu Yin was delighted as he had obtained much more than Wei Rong had. Wei Rong had planned everything, but he had also paved the way for Lu Yin. If Wei Rong knew about this, he would definitely go crazy. Jeffrey is indeed worthy of being the president of the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society. He actually has 5 pages of True Insight. How ruthless! The monkey exclaimed. Chapter 704. It was just like how he had memorized the Stonewall scriptures. Even now he was still unable to completely memorize them. Even if he wanted to teach them to others, it would be impossible for him to write them down. It was the same with the True Insight. Of the 36 pages of the True Insight, 5 were here, and 3 had been taken away by Deng Pu. This meant that the Innerverse and Neoverse only had 28 pages in total. Now that he had obtained 5 pages of True Insight, Lu Yin was overwhelmed with emotions. 7th bro, I wonder what's in the other box. Could there be another True Insight? The monkey asked curiously. Fiend Li would risk his life to prevent that box from being taken away by the Corpse King. It would be fine if True Insight was inside, but what if it wasn't? Its value was definitely not lower than True Insight's. 7th bro, find Phelan and get her to hand over the box, the monkey urged. Lu Yin replied, not now. Fiendly would rather die than allow that box to leak out. Phelan definitely knows how important it is and she won't hand it over to me. After all, she's still a lock breaker. Then what should we do? Are we going to get our hands on the treasure but we're not going to do it? The monkey's heart itched. What's the rush? She'll be under my watch in the future so there'll always be a chance, Lu Yin said. Although he was sometimes impatient, there were also times when he was surprisingly calm. The more important something was, the calmer he would be. While Lu Yin was inspecting his gains, Wei Rong found out about what had happened on Source Peak Planet from Endless Borders spacecraft, and a strange look appeared on his face. An expert actually appeared, causing Fiendly to perish together with him. He even stole the items in Jeffrey's secret room. Immediately invite Instructor Yifeng over, Wei Rong ordered. Yifeng arrived. What is it? What is inside Guild Leader Jeffrey's secret room? Wei Rong asked as he stared at Yifeng. Yifeng's pupils shrank. How do you know about the secret room? Wei Rong laughed. There's no need to hide it. The secret room has been opened and everything inside has been stolen. Impossible. Fiendly and the others couldn't have let that thing spread. Yifeng immediately denied it. Wei Rong was curious. What exactly is it? Yifeng anxiously said, first tell me what the situation is. Wei Rong recounted everything that had happened on Source Peak Planet, and Yifeng heaved a sigh of relief. So that means that the item is currently in Phelan's hands and it hasn't been snatched away. Wei Rong nodded. That's right. Tell me, what is it that could make Fiendly risk his life to protect it? Yifeng was deep in thought. After a while he looked at Wei Rong. I can't tell you. Wei Rong laughed. You've already betrayed the Lockbreaker Society, so what else is there that you can't say? Yifeng said firmly, this matter is too important. I can't tell you. I'm very curious. Although your status in the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society is very high, your status isn't considered high among the universe's lockbreakers. How do you know such important information? Is it just because of your status as an assessment mentor? Wei Rong was curious. Yifeng bitterly smiled and shook his head. It has nothing to do with my identity. The president inadvertently revealed it when he was drunk. Wei Rong blinked. Do I look like an idiot? Yifeng was helpless. You might not believe me, but it's true. President Jeffrey is completely different from what you think. He likes to drink and he gets drunk whenever he drinks. Once he's drunk, he dares to say anything. Because of this, he was sent to the Outerverse to be the president. Otherwise, with President Jeffrey's strength, he could easily take the position of president of the Innerverse, let alone the Outerverse. Aside from our own duties, the three of us assessment mentors also have another mission, which is to have someone by the president's side whenever he drinks to prevent him from doing anything out of line. This secret was revealed by him when he was drunk. Wei Rong looked at Yifeng in surprise. Really? Yifeng nodded. Yes. The reason why Vice President Saul was able to rope in so many perceptive intermediate lockbreakers is related to the president's lack of proper business. Although the president is also on guard against him, his drinking habit is too big of an influence. Otherwise, Source Peak Planet wouldn't be in such a state. Wei Rong believed him, as Yifeng would not lie to him about something like this, and it would be easy to find out. This was going to be troublesome. Yifeng aside, only Saul, Mr. Jun and Phelan were left. The two of them were nowhere to be seen, and Phelan had Lu Yin's support. Lu Yin could not make a move, and it would not be easy to find out what that thing was. At this moment, Wei Rong's gadget beeped again. He glanced at it and his expression changed. He suddenly stood up. Something like this had actually happened. What's wrong? Feng asked. Wei Rong's expression was calm and he calmly replied, someone did the same thing as me. What happened? Yifeng was puzzled. Wei Rong took a deep breath and activated his gadget. He opened the star chart and pointed at a certain location. The Lockbreaker Society has been relocated here. Yifeng looked over and was shocked. Frostwave weave. Wei Rong's eyes lit up. I never thought that Lu Yin would be so smart and know how to use me to seize power. Not only did he gain the favor of the Outerverse Lockbreakers, but he even brought them all to Frostwave Weave. Interesting. I won't be lonely in the future. How did he do it? Yifeng was puzzled. He understood Phelan very well, and it was unlikely that she would be willing to move the Lockbreaker Society to Frostwave Weave. Wei Rong calmly replied, how he did it isn't important. What's important is the result. Although I achieved my goal during the battle on Source Peak Planet by seizing the Hall of Insight and taking away a group of lockbreakers, Lu Yin also gained quite a bit. In fact, he even gained more lockbreakers than I did. I underestimated him. I originally thought that he was just a brute, but I never thought that he would have some brains. I'm very curious. With your methods, it wouldn't have been difficult for you to deal with Phelan, and I would have been the one to become the president in the end. At that time, the entire Lockbreaker Society would have listened to your orders. Why did you want me to attract lockbreakers to Armament Weave? Yifeng asked. Wei Rong replied, Phelan isn't stupid. If I threatened her, she would definitely think of a way to protect herself. Why do you think she sought out Lu Yin for cooperation? Was it just because of his identity? She was also on guard against me, but I never planned to deal with her. Armament Weave can't support that many lockbreakers, and I originally planned to slowly attract them over and use the lockbreaker's strength to unify a central weave. I never thought that Lu Yin would beat me to it. The Great Eastern Alliance can indeed support that many lockbreakers, and this Lu Yin made the best decision. However, taking away the entire Lockbreaker Society in one go is too big of an appetite, and it'll be easy for him to choke on it. Yifeng did not say anything else to Wei Rong. He was not good at scheming and plotting, and he hated such things. If not for his status as a member of the Wei family, he would never have joined forces with Wei Rong. After Yifeng left, Wei Rong activated his gadget and searched for everything he knew about Lu Yin. This person had already caught his eye, and he was extremely dangerous. Wei Rong was not afraid of powerful enemies, but he was afraid of powerful and intelligent enemies. Lu Yin was the latter type. The Lockbreaker Society's influence in the Outerverse was too great. News of the Lockbreaker competition had spread throughout the Outerverse weaves, and the events that had transpired after the competition had also spread quickly, shocking the Outerverse. Countless people were shocked, as the Lockbreaker Society was like the heavens to many. Even a random Lockbreaker would not dare to provoke them, let alone the entire Lockbreaker Society. Now someone had actually ambushed the Lockbreaker Society and stolen their countless treasures, causing Source Peak Planet to suffer a devastating blow. It was too unreal. When this news first spread, most people did not believe it, but more and more people discussed it, and there were even videos of it. Finally, the news was verified, and news of the Lockbreaker Society's relocation to Frostwave Weave spread. Of the 72 weaves in the Outerverse, all of the flourishing places had familiar names such as Shamrock Enterprises, Mavis Bank, various major spacecraft companies, and so on. There were too many large companies and powers that could travel freely between the Outerverse and the Outerverse. Shamrock Enterprises, Mavis Bank, Aurora Corporation, and a few others were the most famous. There was a huge planet in the Outerverse that was filled with all sorts of plants. This planet was under the name of Shamrock Enterprises, and it was not accessible to outsiders. They specialized in growing and researching medicinal herbs, and Shamrock Enterprises had many planets like this one. At this moment, in a beautiful flower bed on the planet, a middle-aged man was leisurely lying down in the air. Beside him was a fragrant wine that had attracted many small creatures that resembled butterflies and bees. The middle-aged man would occasionally raise his hand to chase them away, but they would soon attract even more. His days seemed very leisurely. Such a peaceful environment had been disturbed by a woman who had walked out of the void. She wore a light red formal suit and a pair of glasses. It was obvious that she worked as a secretary, and she was very beautiful. Her eyes were especially bright, and she could tear through the void to move about. Her strength was terrifying, as only a hunter could tear through the void. Director Shin, there's a situation. The woman walked over to the middle-aged man's side and spoke in a stiff and old-fashioned tone. The middle-aged man leisurely drank the fragrant wine in one gulp and exhaled in satisfaction. Little Chin, it's not that the boss wants to criticize you, but look at you. You're so beautiful, but you're so old-fashioned. It's no wonder that you can't find a man at your age. Director Shin, there's a situation, the woman repeated, but her expression and tone did not change. The middle-aged man helplessly rubbed his head. What is it? The results of the Lockbreaker competition are out. Deng Pu is the winner, the woman called Little Chin said. The middle-aged man smiled. That's not surprising. That old fogey Saul chased away many of the lockbreakers who threatened his disciple. His methods were not very honorable, but they were still effective. Did true insight fall into his hands? No, true insight followed Deng Pu and his whereabouts are unknown. How could that be? How could Deng Pu escape from Saul's control? The middle-aged man was stunned. Someone attacked the Hall of Insight and stole the Lockbreaker Society's treasures. Source Peak Planet is on the verge of collapse. Vice President Saul has been expelled, Honorary Vice President Fiendly has died, and Mentor Jun's whereabouts are unknown. Mentor Yifeng has sided with Armament Weave's Wei family. Mentor Phelan is overseeing the Lockbreaker Society, and she has decided to move the society to Frostwave Weave. The middle-aged man's face was solemn as he pondered the matter seriously. Little Qin did not disturb him. Chapter 705. Not long after, the middle-aged man asked, "Who attacked Source Peak Planet?" "I haven't been able to find out, but it should be the Wei family." "Lord Egret took action to stall Saul," Xiao Qin replied. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed. "Lord Egret. On the surface he's a free man, but according to our investigations he's been worshipped by Aegis since a long time ago. The Wei family, Aegis, and there should be other powers involved. They actually managed to topple the Lockbreaker Society. How bold." "I remember that the Wei family has produced a very powerful junior in recent years. Wei Rong. He's good at forming alliances. Although he's young, he's very shrewd and he's never failed. He also appeared on Source Peak Planet," Xiao Qin said. The middle-aged man nodded. "That's right. Yifeng joined the Wei family and this Wei Rong has some tricks up his sleeve. Yifeng used the conditions to attract a group of lockbreakers to Armament Weave, and with the Hall of Insight's treasures, Wei Rong gained quite a bit," Xiao Qin added. The middle-aged man stood up and frowned as he looked at the flower bed. The main point was not the Lockbreakers or the Lockbreaker Society's treasures, but rather the fact that Wei Rong had opened up a very bad beginning for them. Since ancient times, these behemoths had looked down on the Outerverse and controlled the lifeblood of the Outerverse. Now that the Lockbreaker Society had fallen, the Outerverse would see hope of toppling them, which was not a good thing. This meant that Shamrock Enterprises would also be in danger. "What's the Mavis Bank's reaction?" the middle-aged man asked. "It's not clear yet," Xiao Qin replied. "Right, did you just say that the Lockbreaker Society has decided to move to Frostwave Weave?" The middle-aged man suddenly thought of something. Xiao Qin nodded. The middle-aged man felt a headache coming on. Could Lu Yin be involved in this as well? Otherwise, why would they move to Frostwave Weave? If Lu Yin had joined forces with Wei Rong, then things would be troublesome. Wei Rong was not scary, but Lu Yin was. This person had unified the Great Eastern Alliance and revealed his true strength. He was also very ambitious, and if he was involved, then things would become troublesome. "Tell me everything that happened on Source Peak Planet without missing a single detail, especially anything related to Lu Yin. Didn't he participate in the Lockbreaker competition?" "He should have been quite active during the battle on Source Peak Planet," the middle-aged man said confidently. Xiao Qin said, "He is indeed very active. If not for him, Source Peak Planet." After a long while, the middle-aged man finally finished listening to Xiao Qin's narration and heaved a sigh of relief. According to her description, Lu Yin should not have joined forces with Wei Rong. Otherwise, he would not have killed his way to the Hall of Insight. I was good. As long as the two had not joined forces, it meant that Lu Yin had not set his sights on them. Immediately investigate the reaction of the Mavis Bank and Aurora Corporation. "I want a detailed report," the middle-aged man said. Xiao Qin immediately retreated. After Xiao Qin left, the middle-aged man thought for a moment and dialed a number on his gadget. He said in a low voice, "Chief Yu, there's a situation." Not long after, a voice came from the other end of the gadget. "President Jeffrey isn't around, which is why those clowns dare to do such a thing. If they treat our Shamrock Enterprises as the current Lockbreaker Society, then their days won't be far off. Don't mind them. That Wei Rong. Don't mind them. Scheming and plotting will always be a small path. Some people can overturn the heavens and cover the heavens. No matter how smart this kid is, his strength is still limited." The call ended. The middle-aged man sighed. That's right, if President Jeffrey was around, then the chaos on Source Peak Planet would have been resolved with a flip of his hand. Those clowns would not even be able to cause a stir. They should not treat Shamrock Enterprises as the Lockbreaker Society without President Jeffrey, or else they would never be able to forget. However, with Chief Yu's attitude, the Mavis Bank's attitude would likely be even more arrogant, and they might not even care. On a planet not too far away from Source Peak Planet, Kai Jinxiang tore through the void and appeared. He found a restaurant and ordered some exquisite snacks. He knew that he would be eliminated in this lockbreaker competition and he was already used to it. As he ate, he heard the sounds of discussion around him. What? Source Peak Planet almost disintegrated? The Lockbreaker Society was robbed? Is that true? Who would be so bold? Someone cried out in alarm. Kai Jinxiang froze in midair with his drink in hand. It's true. After the Lockbreaker competition, Vice President Saul was accused of secretly using underhanded methods to eliminate lockbreakers. Someone then invaded the Hall of Insight and the Lockbreaker Society is on the verge of collapse. The Hall of Insight has already been reduced to rubble, and even the honorary Vice President Fiendly died. I never thought that the dignified Lockbreaker Society would fall to such a state. The separation of the innerverse and outerverse really changed the outerverse. Shu, lower your voice. Don't let the Lockbreakers hear you. What's there to be afraid of? It's a good thing that the Lockbreaker Society is disintegrating. Those Lockbreakers were too arrogant, and they relied on the Lockbreaker Society's support to look down on everyone. It's time for them to fall from their pedestals. I'll give them a round of applause. That's true. Most Lockbreakers don't even succeed once. It's too unfair that they get special treatment just because of their innate gifts. Cheers. Cheers. Kai Jinxiang's gaze sank and he turned on his gadget. He saw a lot of news regarding Source Peak Planet, especially the scene of the Hall of Insight collapsing into rubble. This signified the decline of the Lockbreaker Society. Kai Jinxiang finally put down his drink. Everything had been settled and there was no need for him to go. However, the Lockbreaker Society was moving to Frostwave Weave, so he should go and take a look. Although most Lockbreakers looked down on him, he was especially passionate about lockbreaking, and he valued the Lockbreaker Society greatly. Frostwave Weave seemed to be under the control of that person called Luin. This person had not appeared during the Lockbreaker competition, and he had only mysteriously appeared when the battles had begun. On Xinwu continent, as Ming Zhaoshu's death approached, his actions became crazier and crazier. He used various rebellions to forcefully conscript soldiers, massacred those who resisted, and eliminated the remnants of Ming Zhaotian's faction. This caused the citizens of Xinwu continent to seethe with resentment, but they were all suppressed by Ming Zhaoshu's iron fist. He had originally controlled the peak power of Xinwu continent, and with the assistance of the outsiders, no matter how large the scale of the rebellion was, it would be wiped out. Those who resisted all had extremely miserable fates. Ming Zhaoshu was no longer the same Ming Zhaoshu as before, and the loss of his life seemed to be eating away at his rationality. Ming Yan felt this the most keenly. Execute them all. Leave none alive. These traitors actually dared to betray the empire and betray me, Ming Zhaoshu growled, his eyes filled with killing intent. Ming Yan picked up the memorial that had been tossed to the side and frowned. She looked at Ming Zhao. More than 3,000 people. Execute them all? Ming Zhaoshu growled, that's right. Leave none alive. I want these people to know their fate. After the previous incident, Ming Yan's heart had hardened a lot, and she had become more decisive in handling matters. However, she still couldn't make the decision to kill 3,000 people who had already lost the ability to resist. This was 3,000 people, not 300. Ming Zhaoshu looked at Ming Yan when she still did not confirm. What, are you not going to listen to your father? Ming Yan's eyes were filled with sorrow. Father, do you want more people to die with you? Ming Zhaoshu's body trembled and he clenched his fists. Ming Yan pursed her lips and knew that her tone had been too harsh. She hurriedly said, I'm sorry, father. I didn't mean it that way. It's just... Get out. Ming Yan wanted to say something else, but Ming Zhaoshu barked, Get out. Ming Yan put down the memorial and glanced at Ming Zhaoshu before walking out of the study. Her body swayed as she faced the sunlight and she almost fell down. She did not dare to sleep at night and she had to deal with government affairs during the day. Her body was too tired. Tang Si respectfully asked, Princess, do you want me to call for an imperial physician? Ming Yan waved her hand and left with the help of a maid. Tang Si lowered his head with a complicated expression. Inside the study, Ming Zhaoxu walked in front of a mirror and changed his appearance. A white-haired old man appeared in the mirror. He did not have any vitality and he looked like he was about to die. This was his true appearance. The loss of his vitality could not be stopped no matter what. Even with all the natural treasures that had been gathered from various places and the Outerverse help, it could not be stopped. Furthermore, the rate of loss was increasing, and it was estimated that he would die even sooner than before. Ming Zhaoxu was numb as he looked at the decaying old man in the mirror. He wanted to immediately die and get rid of this body. This body disgusted him, but it was not enough. There were still things that he had not done yet. He was so close, so close. The Lockbreaker Society on Source Peak Planet had already decided to move to Frostwave Weave under Phelan's arrangements, and the natives of Source Peak Planet were arranged to stay nearby. In short, Source Peak Planet was no longer habitable. Yifeng had attracted quite a few Lockbreakers to Armament Weave, but most of the Outerverse Lockbreakers did not stay in the society. Thus, the only Lockbreakers who could move to Frostwave Weave to settle down were those who had once been members of the society's headquarters, as well as some Lockbreakers who wanted to study there. There were not many of them, only about 3,000 of them, but they were all Lockbreakers and not ordinary people. Among the Lockbreakers heading to Frostwave Weave, there were 3 perceptive intermediate Lockbreakers, including Phelan. They were Phelan, Shichi, and a 2-star perceptive intermediate Lockbreaker called Master Kai. A perceptive intermediate Lockbreaker was on a completely different level from a discerning elementary Lockbreaker. Any perceptive intermediate Lockbreaker had the ability to fight against a hunter, regardless of their cultivation level. Even the weakest explorer would have the ability to resist. Unfortunately, many of the Society's perceptive intermediate Lockbreakers had died during the battle on Source Peak Planet, and a few others had sided with Saul and left just like Mr. June. Their whereabouts were unknown and only Master Kai was left. As for Shichi, she wanted to go to Frostwave Weave to take a look. Aside from the perceptive intermediate Lockbreakers, Ku Wei, Serpent Queen and Tong Mi had all gone to Frostwave Weave. These people had great potential and could all become perceptive intermediate Lockbreakers in the future, so Lu Yin valued them greatly. However, Ku Wei was more troublesome, as Lu Yin had basically confirmed that this person was from the Seven Quartz Ku family. A member of one of the 3 Dark Hands was going to Frostwave Weave, which made Ku Wei feel uneasy. Why do you want to go to Frostwave Weave? Lu Yin found Ku Wei and asked him directly. Ku Wei had one arm around a cultivator's shoulder and was talking to him happily. Lu Yin's arrival gave him a fright, and the cultivator took the opportunity to slip away. Chapter 706. Ku Wei looked at Lu Yin and said righteously, "Brother Wei, I'm a Lockbreaker and there are many things that need to be done in this society. Brother Wei, I have to contribute to the society." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "I'm not going to waste time with you. You're from the Seven Quartz Ku family." Ku Wei helplessly rubbed his nose. "Bro, life is hard. If you want to go to my place, then you have to tell me your goal. Otherwise, I'll let the Hall of Honor know of your existence." Ku Wei shrugged. "Is that necessary?" When he saw Lu Yin's serious expression, Ku Wei sighed. "Then I'll tell you. Actually, I want to search for the Yu family." Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as this was what he had expected. The 7 Quartz have 7 surnames that represent 7 great families. The Yu family has betrayed the 7 Quartz, so we have to find them. "Revenge?" Lu Yin asked. Ku Wei thought about it. "Yes and no. More importantly, we want the Yu family's power to return to the 7 Quartz." "Secret technique?" Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Ku Wei laughed. "It's not just the secret technique. Every single family in the 7 Quartz possesses a terrifying amount of power, and every single one of them has the strength and background to contend with the various great powers of the Innerverse. How can we just give up on such an enormous power? There was a reason why the Yu family betrayed the 7 Quartz, and we're willing to give them a chance." Lu Yin frowned. "The Yu family has terrifying power?" "Of course. What do you think the 7 Quartz are?" The 7 surnames were not born from the same source, but they worked together over countless years to form the 7 Quartz. Each of the 7 surnames is terrifyingly powerful. Since you know about the secret technique and have even grasped it, then you must know its value. Let me ask you, how many families in the Innerverse 8 great flow zones have grasped it? Kuwei asked. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. He had not seen any secret techniques in the few years he had spent in the Innerverse. Of course, this had to do with his level, as he had not come into contact with the Day-Night clan or the Sword Sect's true disciples. The Neoverse is a mysterious place that cannot be entered without the ability to do so. Do you think that the Innerverse powers don't want to enter the Neoverse? You're wrong. They want to, but they can't. The 7 courts, where all 7 surnames can enter. You can imagine how powerful they are. Lu Yin stared at Kuwei. What does this have to do with you going to Frostwave Weave? Kuwei beamed at Lu Yin. Let's not beat around the bush. Brother Lu, you used the secret art. Lu Yin did not deny it. So what if it is? The Innerverse and Outerverse are separated, so I can tell you that it is indeed the secret art. I obtained it from the previous emperor of the Great Yu Empire, Undying Yushan. Unfortunately, he's already dead along with the entire Yu family. I don't believe you. Kuwei's expression changed as he looked at Lu Yin. I believe that you're telling the truth, but I don't believe that the entire Yu family is dead. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Are you plotting against Wendy? Kuwei waved his hand. No, it has nothing to do with her. Did you know that I've been hiding in the Great Yu Empire for a long time and I know everything that has happened? It wasn't until a year ago when the various great powers finished fighting over Pyrolite that I received a notice that the Great Yu Empire has nothing to do with the Yu family. That's why I left the Great Yu Empire and wandered the Outerverse until now. But after seeing you use the Yu secret art, I know that the Great Yu Empire's Yushan bloodline is descended from the Yu family. Then what happened in the past was wrong. That's the truth. They were exterminated by the Neo-Human Alliance. Kuwei sneered. That's impossible. If the 7 Courts Yu family was so easily exterminated, then they wouldn't have made it to the Outerverse alive. You don't even know what the Yu family is hiding. Only by understanding this power will you not be confused by what happened. Brother Lu, I can clearly tell you that the Yu family still exists. Are you saying that Undying Yushan isn't dead? Lu Yin asked. Kuwei shrugged. I don't know. Maybe he's dead, but the Yu family definitely exists. There's an old monster hiding in that family, and if the Neo-Human Alliance has the ability to exterminate the Yu family, then the Outerverse would definitely know about it. That old monster's attacks are earth-shattering, and it's impossible for him to die without a trace. Why do you think that I didn't dare to expose myself back then? I was afraid of attracting that old monster. Lu Yin looked into the distance. He had interacted with many powers such as the Day-Night clan, the Sword Sect, the Wen family and the Neo-Human Alliance. All of them had very strong foundations and exterminating them would not be easy. The Yu family was part of the 7 courts and it would definitely be the same. Did Wendy know? He was at a loss. Undying Yushan and the others were clearly dead, and their corpses had disappeared. Hold on, a thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind. Their corpses had disappeared? He had originally thought that the Neo-Human Alliance had done it and Silver had admitted it. But was that really the case? Or was there more to it? But if the Yu family still existed, then Lu Yin should have been able to detect it. Rune lines could not be faked and it was impossible for an entire family to hide their rune lines. If such an old monster really did exist, then Lu Yin would definitely know. Kuwei waved his hand in front of Lu Yin's eyes. Brother Lu, let me go to Frostwave Weave and I'll help you investigate. Since the Innerverse and Outerverse are separated, I'm no longer a threat to you. Don't you want to know what the Yu family is hiding? Why were you able to replace Undying Yushan and become the ruler of the Great Yu Empire? Don't you want to know whether Undying Yushan is dead or not? Lu Yin looked at Kuwei. What is your Ku family hiding in the Outerverse? Kuwei boasted, Brother Lu, don't spout nonsense. I'm the only member of the Ku family in the Outerverse. Is that so? Then you have no value. You're not allowed to go to Frostwave Weave, Lu Yin said firmly. Kuwei blinked and realized that his thoughts could not keep up. I'm no threat to you alone. Lu Yin's lips curled up. But you're not of any help. I can help you investigate the Yu family's secrets. There's no need for that. Whether they're dead or not has nothing to do with me. I have the Hall of Honor's protection, and even if the Yu family still exists, they can't do anything to me. Besides, my relationship with the Yu family can be considered good. Speaking of which, if the Yu family really exists, then we're enemies. Do you think I should get rid of you right now? Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly as he slowly put on his universal armor. Ku Wei could sense Lu Yin's killing intent. You're crazy. I'm helping you out of the kindness of my heart. Lu Yin coldly retorted, do you think I'm an idiot? You're searching for the Yu family by yourself and you're exaggerating their existence. If what you're saying is true, then how could the Ku family not have anyone in the Outerverse to receive you? If it's false, then you must have a motive for lying to me. Regardless of whether it's true or not, your existence is not a good thing for me. Now that the Innerverse and Outerverse are separated, why would you risk following me to Frostwave Weave to look for the Yu family? You should return to the Outerverse Weave. You can go die now. Lu Yin's spear appeared and he pointed it at Ku Wei. Ku Wei hurriedly replied, fine, you win. I'll tell you everything. Lu Yin stared into Ku Wei's eyes. If you lie to me again, I'll definitely act. The Hall of Honor should reward you for killing someone from the Three Dark Hands. Ku Wei was bitter. I didn't lie to you. Everything I said before was true. There really isn't anyone from my Ku family in the Outerverse to receive me. Who knew that the Innerverse and Outerverse would suddenly be separated? We're all so helpless. Ku Wei looked up and saw that Lu Yin's eyes had become even colder. He continued, the reason why I'm taking the risk to search for the Yu family is because they have something that I must obtain. Speak. Ku Wei took a deep breath. Have you heard of Progenitor Qin? Progenitor Qin. Lu Yin was stunned. Progenitor Qin? The monkey cried out. Ku Wei nodded and looked at Lu Yin seriously. It looks like you've heard of him, but you definitely don't know much about Progenitor Qin. Actually, I don't know much about him either. All you need to know is that he's a progenitor. Our 7 courts joined forces because we discovered Progenitor Chen's tomb. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat and his pupils shrank. Progenitor Chen's tomb? The monkey grew excited. Is that true? Progenitor Chen's tomb? Ku Wei looked at Lu Yin. Shocked, right? No one in the Innerverse or Outerverse knows about this secret. It's Progenitor Chen's tomb, and the 7 courts joined forces to repel the other powers and forcefully occupy the tomb. This is also the reason why our courts are known as the Dark Powers. Some people can't beat us, so they try to smear our reputation. We're completely different from the Neo-Human Alliance. They're truly evil and dark, while we've only been smeared because we stole Progenitor Chen's tomb. Get to the point, Lu Yin anxiously demanded. Ku Wei pursed his lips. The 7 courts occupied Progenitor Chen's tomb, and every 100 years, one of the 7 families was allowed to send someone into the tomb to search for opportunities. Our Ku family was the same. Unfortunately, it wasn't my turn, so I came to the Outerverse to search for the Yu family. As long as I found them, my family promised to give me the opportunity to enter the tomb. This wasn't just a promise from the Ku family to me, but also from the other families. They only sent you? Lu Yin asked. Of course not. Every family sent someone and it was up to whoever found them. However, they all hid themselves, unlike me, Brother Wei. Ku Wei was very pleased with himself. Lu Yin sized him up. Was this for real? He wasn't sure. 7th bro, it should be true. Even Progenitor Chen's tomb has appeared. Is there a bigger secret in the universe than a progenitor's inheritance? It doesn't exist, the monkey said. Lu Yin replied, now that the Innerverse and Outerverse have been separated, it's useless even if you find the Yu family. Let's not even talk about whether or not you'll be able to obtain the qualifications. Even if you do, you won't be able to return to the Neoverse. Ku Wei's expression was resolute. No matter what, I have to try. This is a chance for me to soar. Anyone who enters Progenitor Chen's tomb and comes out alive will experience a tremendous change in their strength. This is a metamorphosis. Ku Wei looked at Lu Yin and said, Brother Lu, my existence is no threat to you. Trust me, you have the Hall of Honor's support. Even if my Ku family has people in the Outerverse, they won't be able to threaten you. If you find the Yu family, I only want the right to obtain them and everything else will be yours. Don't forget that the Yu family has many other battle techniques aside from the Yu secret art. Chapter 707. Lu Yin stared at Ku Wei. I can let you go to Frostwave Weave, but I have a condition. Speak. Lu Yin looked at Ku Wei's finger. I want to learn the battle technique that you used to attack me during the lockbreaker competition. I think it's called the finger tap. Ku Wei was stunned and immediately denied the request. Impossible. The finger tap is my family's ultimate technique and it can't be taught to outsiders. Then forget it. Letting you go to Frostwave Weave to search for the Yu family is risky for me. If the Yu family really exists, then it's hard to say who the Great Yu Empire will listen to. It wasn't easy for me to establish the Great Eastern Alliance, but I have to give it up just because you found the Yu family. That's not fair to me. But I promise to give you the Yu family's other possessions. Why would you agree? The Yu family is so strong and has such a deep foundation. Right, I heard that there are even old monsters. Do you have the ability to give me their possessions? Are you kidding me? I don't have any hope. Ku Wei was speechless and he would not have brought this up if he had known. Change your condition. I can't teach you the finger tap or the Ku family will kill me. Lu Yin suddenly raised his spear and pointed it at Ku Wei. Are you saying that there are still members of the Ku family in the Outerverse? Ku Wei hurriedly replied, No, I mean after the Innerverse and Outerverse are connected. Lu Yin frowned. You're contradicting yourself and I don't believe you. I was only 30% sure that there were experts from the Ku family in the Outerverse, but now I'm 90% sure. Seems like you should just die. How can I convince you that there aren't any Ku family members in the Outerverse? Ku Wei grew anxious. Lu Yin smiled. Teach me the finger tap. Ku Wei glared at Lu Yin as if he wanted to eat him alive. Lu Yin remained calm but the spear's edge only grew sharper. After a while Ku Wei became dejected. So if I teach you the finger tap, you'll let me enter Frostwave Weave and promise not to make things difficult for me and not tell the Hall of Honor? Of course I'm a man of my word. Lu Yin was overjoyed. He wanted to learn the finger tap for the dream finger. Every time he used the dream finger his fingers would crack. His fingers couldn't withstand the pressure so the finger tap should be able to strengthen them. Although entering Progenitor Chen's tomb was very tempting, the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, and Ku Wei was willing to risk being punished by his family in order to teach Lu Yin an absolute art. There was only one possibility, and that was that the benefits were far greater than the price he had paid. Even if there was only a sliver of a chance it was still worth it. Progenitor Chen's tomb was indeed worth it, but it was too illusory like the moon in the water. There had to be some substantial benefits for Ku Wei to be willing to pay such a price. However, Lu Yin did not intend to pursue the matter any further. Just like with Phelan, there would be plenty of time in the future. With the Hall of Honor by his side, Lu Yin did not believe that Ku Wei would be able to overturn the heavens. If the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society wanted to move to Frostwave Weave, there would be certain obstacles and Source Peak Weave would not allow it. Phelan would handle this matter and it would not be difficult but it would still take some time. Lu Yin first needed to return to the Great Yu Empire and arrange for the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters to be located on a planet called Planet Hydratink, which was not far from Xenu Star. Serpent Queen Shi-Chi, Ku Wei and Master Kai also followed Lu Yin to the Great Yu Empire. Aiden had been left behind to help protect the Lockbreakers. Lu Yin had originally been worried that the Neo-Human Alliance would send people to snatch the box, but Phelan had reassured him that the Hall of Honor would intervene. The Outerverse Lockbreaker Society was originally one of the Hall of Honor's subordinate organizations, but each had their own structure. The Hall of Honor would not intervene in the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's internal conflicts, which was why Wei Rong had dared to act against Source Peak Planet. However, the Hall of Honor would definitely protect the box. Lu Yin was very curious about what was inside that box that the Hall of Honor would personally protect it. It was not surprising that Shi-Chi and Ku Wei would follow him to Frostwave Weave, as Master Kai wanted to inspect Planet Hydradink's environment. However, it was strange that Serpent Queen would follow him to Frostwave Weave. She did not have a good impression of Lu Yin and she was also hostile towards Ku Wei. Lu Yin even suspected that this woman had been sent by the Seven Courts. My hometown is Frostwave Weave. What's so strange about going home? Serpent Queen asked matter-of-factly. Lu Yin was surprised. Your hometown is Frostwave Weave? Aren't you from the Innerverse? Serpent Queen calmly replied, I was born in Frostwave Weave and my master valued me when I was young. That's why he brought me to the Innerverse. Lu Yin understood. She was the same as Wendy Yushan in that her innate gift was exceptional. On Serpent Queen's shoulder the ancient multicolored snake had shrunk to the size of a palm, and it continuously flicked its tongue at Lu Yin. It was pocket-sized, and when it saw Lu Yin look over, it immediately shifted its gaze to Xiqi and then to the fish on top of her head. What are you looking at? It's just an ingredient for a critical period. Don't be so careless. The fish shouted arrogantly. The multicolored snake straightened its body and stared at the fish, flicking its tongue even more frequently. Serpent Queen helplessly reached out to calm the snake. The story of Xiqi and the fish had been widely spread throughout the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, and that fish had a great reputation. The multicolored snake wriggled back into Serpent Queen's collar and did not come out. Ku Wei saw this and was envious. Humans are inferior to snakes. Serpent Queen glared at him as she had not forgotten how this bastard had acted during the first round of the Lockbreaker competition. He had actually snatched her away. Two-legged beast, if you're willing to become Lord Fish's mount, then Lord Fish will bestow that female two-legged beast to you, the fish shouted as it stared at Ku Wei and continuously flapped its tail. Serpent Queen was furious and she glared at the fish before turning around to leave. Ku Wei's mouth twitched and he looked at the fish. Wait here, I'll help you find a cat. Seventh bro, I want a cat too, the monkey said. Lu Yin was speechless as he stared at the sky. The journey from Source Peak Planet back to the Great Yu Empire was very peaceful, and there were no major disturbances. Phelan had already taken care of matters in Source Peak Weave, and even though the various great powers of Source Peak Weave did not wish for the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society to leave, they could not stop it. At this point, even Phelan herself could not stop it. This was because Lu Yin had announced a few chips before he left, indicating that he was willing to share his lock-breaking experiences. These were all experiences of perceptive intermediate lockbreakers, and they were very attractive. With so many lockbreakers looking forward to it, no one could stop them from heading to Frostwave Weave. When Lu Yin's Aurora docked at Xenu Star's space station, he immediately returned to King Zishan's palace while Xiqi and the rest dispersed. Ku Wei had already taught Lu Yin Finger Zen while they were on the spacecraft, and Lu Yin had practiced it for a few days. He felt that it had indeed helped his finger's endurance, but the Finger Zen that Ku Wei had imparted to him was not the true Finger Zen. It lacked a certain charm, a peaceful form that made one unable to resist. That was the true might of Finger Zen. Of course, Lu Yin did not need it as Ku Wei would not impart it to him. All he wanted was to train his fingers. When he returned to King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin immediately summoned Huan Sha, Enya and Gavin. He had gained a lot from his trip to Source Peak Planet, but he was also very tired. Lu Yin sat in the courtyard of King Zishan's palace as Zhao Ran brought him a drink. Your Highness. Lu Yin nodded. At this moment Huan Sha arrived as well. Greetings, Your Highness. Lu Yin asked, how are the arrangements for Planet Hydratink going? A week ago His Highness sent an order to turn Planet Hydratink into the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters. We're already making preparations and the transportation and security facilities around Planet Hydratink have all been prepared. We'll be done in 10 days at most, Huan Sha said. Lu Yin nodded. Everything will be arranged according to Source Peak Planet, but there's no need to prepare too much. Planet Hydratink was originally a tourist planet, and the environment is beautiful. Just keep it the way it is. Yes, Your Highness. Has anything happened in the Empire recently? How are the 4 ministries? Nothing major, but the 12 Imperial squadrons have purged quite a few people from influential families. Because of this, many of the Empire's powerful officials have approached the cabinet to seek justice, but they have been suppressed. The 9th Imperial Squadron has also investigated a group of officials, which has caused unrest in many parts of the Empire. The 4 ministries have already been dealt with. Lu Yin nodded as such a small matter was not worth his attention. However, Banjo had purged those aristocratic children, so it seemed like something had happened in the technology department. As for the 9th Imperial Squadron, the Ona family had already assigned them to the positions that he had arranged for them. This was good as he liked obedient people. Not long after Huan Sha left and Enya arrived. Your Highness, the Alliance Conference is about to begin. May I ask if Your Highness has any special instructions for us? Lu Yin replied, during the Alliance Conference, the Lu Ministry of Defense must protect the Empire. I do not wish for anything to happen that will disgrace the Empire. Yes, Your Highness. How's the plan for the Alliance Conference coming along? Lu Yin asked as this was what he was most concerned about. One of the main goals of establishing the Great Eastern Alliance was the integration of resources, while the other was the integration of military power. The integration of resources had already begun, and the most important topic of discussion for this alliance conference was the integration of military power, which was the military. In the universe, one could live without anything except military power. Even a huge corporation like the Nalan family would have to rely on Lu Yin without the protection of an enlighter. This was the importance of military power. If the Great Eastern Alliance did not have a united military, then it would be the same as not having an alliance at all. When Lu Yin mentioned this, Enya's expression turned solemn, and she handed Lu Yin a list that contained the initial system and candidates for the alliance conference. Lu Yin took a look. It's too simple. Enya was troubled. Your Highness, the alliance has just been established and the people are not united yet. There are even some Eastern weaves that are still on guard against our great Yu Empire. For now, we can only form a preliminary alliance, and it will take some time before we can form a large-scale alliance. Lu Yin looked up. Or there might be external pressure. Enya replied, yes. Lu Yin immediately thought of Wei Rong. He had brought the entire Lockbreaker Society to Frostwave Weave, so it would be strange if Wei Rong did not care. Lu Yin had basically taken advantage of the path that Wei Rong had paved for him to obtain even greater results. Wei Rong might even be watching the Great Eastern Alliance right now. The Wei family's armament weave was considered a central weave, and the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance would be a threat to them. In that case, Wei Rong would definitely not ignore it. External pressure would soon appear, but Lu Yin did not know what Wei Rong would do. Let's leave it at that for now. We can't let the vast Earth sect, the Six-Fingered Tribe and the other powers become wary of us, Lu Yin said. Enya nodded. Your Highness, do you have a candidate in mind for the commander of the alliance? Chapter 708. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Yes, since the alliance was going to be formed, there would definitely be a commander and this position was very sensitive. Let me think about it. Your Highness, we can actually secretly form an express response team outside of the alliance to deal with some troublesome matters, Enya suggested. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Special forces? Something like that. This express response team will be made up entirely of space-exploring powerhouses. We'll make it the sharpest sword in the Outerverse for the Great Yu Empire to use, Enya said. Lu Yin agreed. That's fine, but this team cannot be announced to the public. Give me the details and I'll talk to the various Weaves leaders in private. Yes, Your Highness. After Enya left, it was Gavin's turn to visit. Lu Yin had sought him out mainly to discuss the matter of the Allied Army's military budget. As for economic cooperation, Lu Yin had no interest in that. However, Gavin had brought some unexpected news. Endless Borders was about to enter Frostwave Weave. Endless Borders? One of the 4 major corporations? Lu Yin was astonished. Gavin replied, yes, Endless Borders. I've already met with Endless Borders Frostwave Weave's leader, Dino. Many people in the outside world have already made contact with Endless Borders. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Endless Borders was one of the 4 major corporations that dominated the Outerverse and controlled many safe and secret routes through the universe. It was normal for such a corporation to enter Frostwave Weave, but it was unusual for a leader to request an audience with Gavin. This showed how much importance they placed on Frostwave Weave. Endless Borders had previously sent transport teams to Frostwave Weave, but they would not stay for long. Now that they had specifically chosen to enter Frostwave Weave, even a fool would not believe that this had nothing to do with Source Peak Planet. Your Highness, because of Endless Borders' arrival, many local transport companies in Frostwave Weave have lost market value, and some are even on the verge of bankruptcy. They have no choice but to transform. More than 10 companies have already contacted me, requesting the Empire to expel Endless Borders. There are currently over 1,000 people gathered outside my residence, all from various major transport companies. They're all requesting the Empire to protect the region, Gavin reported respectfully. Lu Yin frowned. Have Dino come see me? Gavin acknowledged. Dino's residence was not far from King Zishan's palace, and he seemed to have guessed that Lu Yin would meet him. He had been waiting outside for a long time. Not long after, Lu Yin met with the person in charge of Endless Borders Frostwave Weave. It was obvious that he was a businessman. Dino greets the royal regent of the Great Yu Empire. Dino bowed respectfully. Lu Yin raised a hand and smiled. You're welcome, Mr. Dino. Please take a seat. Gavin stood aside and watched quietly. Dino did not stand on ceremony and sat down. Zhao Ran poured him a cup of tea. Thank you, Your Highness, Dino said. Lu Yin looked at him. I heard that you are the person in charge of Endless Borders Frostwave Weave? Dino bowed slightly. Yes, Endless Borders requests to enter Frostwave Weave. I hope that Your Highness can make things easier for us. Endless Borders would be eternally grateful. Frostwave Weave is geographically remote, and it doesn't have any famous specialties in the universe. Endless Borders is one of the 4 major corporations, so why would you want to come here? Lu Yin asked as he stared at Dino. Dino smiled. You must be joking, Your Highness. Frostwave Weave is a land of outstanding talents, and it has given birth to a genius like Wendy Yushan and a genius like Your Highness. Endless Borders would naturally not overlook such a blessed land. Furthermore, Your Highness has unified the Eastern Weaves and established the Great Eastern Alliance. Frostwave Weave is naturally the core of the Great Eastern Alliance, and our business extends throughout the Eastern Weaves and will gradually expand. This is the golden age of the transportation industry, and Endless Borders would like to take a bite out of this fat piece of meat. Dino's reasoning was sufficient, and only 4 words could be used to describe Dino's words. Lu Yin tapped a finger on the table, deep in thought. Dino glanced at Lu Yin and hesitated. Does Your Highness find this difficult? I've heard that many people in Frostwave Weave do not welcome Endless Borders, but they're overthinking things. Endless Borders is not unreasonable, and when we arrive at a place, we will naturally abide by that place's price and management rules. We will not do anything out of line. What we compete for is service, not resources. Lu Yin looked at Dino. When did you receive the order to become the person in charge of Frostwave Weave? Dino's eyes flashed. 7 days ago. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. 7 days. He had already left Source Peak Planet by then, which meant that this matter definitely had something to do with Source Peak Planet, and it was not just a matter of business. What was Endless Borders trying to do? Were they friend or foe? Mr. Dino, can I meet the upper echelons of Endless Borders? For example, the members of the board of directors? Lu Yin asked. Dino respectfully replied, I'll report this immediately. I'm sure that the upper echelons would like to meet Your Highness. If that's the case, then I'll wait for your good news. Lu Yin smiled. Dino asked, then what about entering Frostwave Weave? That's fine, but all business needs to be done fairly. The 9th Imperial Squadron specializes in investigating corruption, so I hope that you won't do anything out of line. Dino was delighted and he hurriedly stood up to thank Lu Yin. After Dino left, Gavin asked, Your Highness, are we really letting Endless Borders in? Lu Yin smiled. Frostwave Weave wants to connect with the 72 Weaves of the Outerverse, so we'll definitely have to come into contact with this sort of company. It's only a matter of time. Then what about the local transportation companies? Don't do it if you don't have the ability. If you rely on the Empire's protection, then you'll become more and more unscrupulous in the future. The price and service are inversely proportional, and it's unfair to the commoners. Gavin could only nod helplessly. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. Your Highness, when I was talking to Dino, he said something strange. What did he say? Lu Yin asked. Gavin thought about it and said, he mentioned Aegis several times and he warned me to be careful of them. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. I understand. You may leave. Yes, Your Highness. This Dino was really cautious. He hadn't said anything to Lu Yin, but he'd passed on the message through Gavin. Lu Yin found it funny as he felt that this person really wanted to do business. However, Endless Borders definitely wouldn't be so simple to enter Frostwave Weave. Seemed like they wanted to be friends. After Gavin left, Lu Yin activated his gadget and contacted Madame Naylan. If he wanted to know more about the 4 major corporations, she was the most suitable person to contact. After a while, she finally answered. She was still as beautiful as ever and her skin was as white as jade. Behind her was a beautiful starry sky that sparkled with countless lustrous lights. There was even a strand of silver light that hung over the horizon, making her seem like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Lu Yin couldn't help but be attracted to her. How is it? Is it beautiful? Madame Nayland smiled at Lu Yin, her gaze gentle, but in Lu Yin's eyes, it was an indescribable temptation. Beautiful, it's really beautiful, Lu Yin subconsciously replied. Madame Nayland smiled. This is my favorite part of the starry sky. In order to prevent this beautiful scenery from being destroyed, I bought this galaxy and preserved this unique beauty. If you like, I can bring you here. Lu Yin coughed and smiled awkwardly. She was talking about the beauty of the starry sky, but he was looking at this woman. Is there something you need from me, Your Highness? She asked. Lu Yin coughed again. Endless Borders has entered Frostwave Weave. She wasn't surprised. Is that so? Looks like one of our collaborations will have to be terminated. Are you talking about transportation? Lu Yin asked. She smiled. Of course. With Endless Borders, our Nayland family's transportation business won't be able to withstand a single blow. Since they've entered Frostwave Weave, they'll definitely provide the Great Yu Empire with the best service and prices. Congratulations, Your Highness. Can you tell me more about Endless Borders? Lu Yin asked. She picked up her juice and took a sip. Does Your Highness believe that Endless Borders has entered Frostwave Weave because of Source Peak Planet? Is that not the case? That's part of the reason, but at the end of the day, both Endless Borders and our Nayland family are commercial organizations. It's our instinct to go wherever there's money to be made. The establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance and the consolidation of resources is a golden period for the transportation industry. During this time, no less than 100,000 transportation companies have been established in the Eastern Weaves. This is precisely the reason why Endless Borders has entered Frostwave Weave. It's not just Endless Borders. With the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance, many well-known companies in the Outerverse will also enter Frostwave Weave. This is something that cannot be changed. They're not only looking at the Great Eastern Alliance but also Your Highness' ambition. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Ambition? Her lips curled up into an alluring smile. Your Highness' ambition is too obvious, and the Great Eastern Alliance might not be able to satisfy you. Many people want to make a fortune with you and enter the Great Eastern Alliance as soon as possible. Even if Your Highness doesn't have any ambition, just the Great Eastern Alliance alone is enough for them to get rich. Lu Yin was amused. It looks like I've become a hot commodity in the eyes of you merchants. She smiled. The military serves politics, but politics is all about profit, and profit is the essence of commercial activities. On the other hand, all actions in human society are based on profit. Business is the most superficial term, but it can encompass everything. A merchant without a plan will never achieve great things. Your Highness' way of doing things is actually the fundamental reason why many merchants have decided to enter Frostwave Weave. They're not just investing in territory and goods, but also in Your Highness. What about you? Lu Yin asked. She blinked. I've already invested in Your Highness from the moment I laid eyes on you. Didn't Your Highness feel it? Lu Yin shrugged. Alright, I can feel it. You've done a lot for me. She rolled her eyes. It's not me, it's the Nayland family. Your Highness, if you say that, others will misunderstand. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat when he saw her beautiful face and alluring posture. He coughed again. I want to know the strength of Endless Borders. Chapter 709. Her expression changed. Endless Borders has a deep foundation. If Your Highness wants to make an enemy out of them, you must think carefully. What do you mean? Lu Yin asked. Madame Nayland thought for a moment. Let's put it this way. For the same price for the same goods, and for the same transport spacecraft, Endless Shipping is able to deliver the goods to the destination earlier than any other transport company. The reason for this is that they have a lot of secret routes in the universe. These routes need to be explored by humans, and I'm sure Your Highness is aware of the high cost of exploring the universe. Endless Shipping has a lot of routes under their control, and without a certain level of strength and background they can't do it. Even though Endless Borders rarely participates in power struggles, no one dares to underestimate them. Anyone who has made an enemy out of them or tried to rob their goods has disappeared without exception. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The universe was boundless and the greatest wealth was routes. Humans had paid a huge price to explore the universe, but they had only obtained routes in return. Each route had buried countless lives, but Endless Borders was actually able to explore the universe on its own. This strength terrified Lu Yin. Even with the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin was not confident that he could explore the entire Outerverse. Endless Borders has many secret routes that many Innerverse powers want to obtain, but none have succeeded. They have the foundation to resist the Innerverse's great powers. This is Endless Borders, and making an enemy out of them is far more terrifying than making an enemy out of an entire weave, she said solemnly. Lu Yin thought about it. However, her tone changed. I've never heard of Endless Borders intentionally making an enemy out of anyone in the Outerverse. They didn't send anyone to fight on Source Peak Planet, and they only provided transportation. Thus, Your Highness doesn't need to be too concerned about them. Lu Yin's expression was calm, but his vigilance towards Endless Borders had risen by several levels. He did not like things that he could not control, and Endless Borders had already exceeded his control. They might even pose a threat to his future plans. This made him very uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do about it at the moment. Instead of worrying about Endless Borders, Your Highness should be more concerned about Aegis. They're the true threat, she suddenly said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Aegis. Madame Naelin's expression turned serious. That's right, Aegis. On the surface, Aegis acts as a middleman between mercenary organizations and ordinary people. They provide mercenary services, and they're also the largest bodyguard company in the Outerverse. In reality, those mercenaries are all trained by themselves, and they have countless training bases that specialize in training mercenaries. They travel throughout the universe and collect wealth from wars. What's even more frightening is that Aegis is the largest assassin organization in the Outerverse. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Aegis is an assassin organization? Madame Naelin nodded. This secret isn't widely spread, and only those within the circle know about it. As one of the 4 major corporations, I also know that 6 of the top 10 assassins in the Outerverse are from Aegis. There are many assassin organizations in the Outerverse, and at least 1/10 of them are funded by Aegis. There are also many assassin organizations in the Outerverse that have connections with Aegis. On one hand, they sell bodyguards and mercenaries at high prices, but on the other hand, they also send out assassins. Lu Yin had never expected Aegis to be such a company that controlled both the spear and the shield at the same time. This meant that they could do whatever they wanted in the Outerverse underground world. None of the 4 major corporations in the Outerverse were simple. Madame Naelin might seem harmless on the surface, but to be able to become one of the 4 major corporations meant that her background was unfathomable. Her background was also the Sword Sect. Did that mean that Endless Borders and Aegis were also supported by some great power in the Outerverse? I've already learned about 3 of the 4 major corporations. Tell me about the last one, the Amethyst Trading Company. Is it not simple? Madame Naelin smiled. Your Highness is smart. That's right. The Amethyst Trading Company appears to be the largest trading center in the Outerverse, but they're also the largest intelligence organization and have the largest database in the Outerverse. If you want to know anything, just go to them. If they don't know anything, then there's no need to look for anyone else. Lu Yin laughed. One was the king of the underground, one had access to secret routes, and one was an intelligence organization. These were the true faces of the 4 major corporations. Then what about the Naelin family in front of him? Although they were also part of the 4 major corporations, the Naelin family was known as the wealthiest family in the Outerverse. In terms of business, the Naelin family surpassed the other 3. What was behind this woman? Lu Yin did not ask, and Madame Naelin did not take the initiative to speak either. She calmly ended the call. She had revealed the true faces of the other 3 major corporations, which was equivalent to telling Lu Yin that the Naelin family was not simple either. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. The Outerverse was still very deep, and it was not as simple as he had thought. Everything that appeared on the surface was just a facade, and the true danger lay beneath the surface. Fortunately, Frostwave Weave was located in the east, and the eastern weaves were not viewed with much importance by the universe. Furthermore, Ironblood Weave's summons had caused many people in the Outerverse to avoid the eastern weaves, and many places were isolated from the outside world. Otherwise, Lu Yin might not have been able to successfully establish the Great Eastern Alliance. However, these hidden powers were gradually becoming impatient. Wei Rong's overthrow of the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society had caused Aegis to be slightly exposed. Endless Borders and Amethyst Trading Company would definitely not remain idle, and behemoths like Shamrock Enterprises, Mavis Bank and Aurora Corporation would not sit idly by. A good show was about to begin and all Lu Yin needed to do was wait. Just like the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, he was waiting for the best opportunity to act. In Bard Weave's even-ground palace, beneath the same waterfall, Mu Nikhang propped her chin up in boredom as she stared at the waterfall. Ever since she had become the palace master, she had not gone out for a walk. Wherever she went there was always a group of people. She was irritated, and she only revealed her true nature when she was with her precious disciple. This was not a good feeling. Actually, she had not wanted to inherit the position of palace master, as the previous palace master had been her master. She had needed to find an opportunity to resign, or else she would have fallen ill. Some people liked authority, but Mu Nikhang really did not. From her point of view, being trapped in the position of palace master for the rest of her life was a waste of time. The universe was vast and she wanted to go out and explore it. Master. Doro ran over, panting. Mu Nikhang rolled her eyes. Girls need to be reserved. Look at you. How can I be at ease handing even ground palace over to you? Doro smiled bitterly. Master, don't joke around. I'm not even an explorer yet, so how can I inherit even ground palace? What's impossible about that? Master will support you. Mu Nikhang clenched her fists in encouragement. Doro was speechless. If it were anyone else, they would have been eager to sit in the position of palace master forever. However, their bloodline was very strange. Her master had always been thinking about how to pass the position of palace master to her, and her master's master was the same. Ever since Mu Nikhang had passed the position to her master, she had disappeared without a trace. Even Doro herself did not want to sit in the position of palace master, as if the position was poisonous. What's the matter? Mu Nikhang asked lazily. Doro replied, the vast earth sect contacted us to ask how our preparations are going. What preparations? How are they going? Mu Nikhang was confused. Didn't we agree that we'll use the entire sect's resources to nurture a powerhouse at the same level as us to suppress the Great Yu Empire and embarrass Lu Yin? Mu Nikhang shouted in an exaggerated manner. Meng Tianlong is still thinking about that? Tell him to go and die. Doro blinked. Mu Nikhang sneered. Doesn't he know that Lu Yin packed up the entire Lockbreaker Society on Source Peak Planet and went to Frostwave Weave? Isn't he crazy to find trouble with Lu Yin at a time like this? He can just casually find 2 Lockbreakers to crush us. Tell him to go and die. Doro was very straightforward and she sent a message back to the Vast Earth sect. Go and die. Within the Vast Earth sect, Elder Wuxia stared at his gadget with a strange expression. Go and die. What did that mean? Did that woman from Even Ground Palace send the wrong message? Wuxia thought about it and then sent another message, asking how the preparations were going. Again he received the same message. Go and die. Wuxia was furious as Even Ground Palace was clearly looking down on the Vast Earth sect. He immediately went to find Sect Master Meng Tianlong, as he needed to clear things up with Even Ground Palace. Insulting him, an elder, was the same as insulting the entire Vast Earth sect. But before he could find Meng Tianlong, the disciple who had been waiting to report back to him told him everything that had happened on Source Peak Planet. Wuxia had suddenly gone into seclusion to comprehend a new battle technique, and he had only just emerged from seclusion. As soon as he did, he had sent a message to Even Ground Palace to ask about what had happened on Source Peak Planet. When he heard the news, his expression changed. What? The entire Lockbreaker Society is moving to Frostwave Weave? Wuxia was in disbelief. Yes. According to rumors, Lu Yin helped the Lockbreaker Society a lot on Source Peak Planet, and the Society's acting president, Phelan, has decided to move to Frostwave Weave. She's already on her way there. Wuxia looked up and suddenly understood why Even Ground Palace's attitude had changed so drastically. No wonder. They had the entire Lockbreaker Society behind them, and Lockbreakers were extremely powerful within the same realm. Just a few of them would be enough to deal with them. While the Vast Earth sect had power vessels, the Lockbreakers had lock-breaking tools as well. It was very difficult to defeat Lockbreakers within the same realm. No wonder. Wuxia could not help but smile bitterly. The sect master had schemed for half a day to ally with the Eastern Weaves, but in the end, it had all been for naught. How laughable. In Flaxen Weave, the current chairman of the Tribanner Federation, Jibu, immediately sent a message to congratulate the Lockbreaker Society upon learning that they were moving to Frostwave Weave. He was dead set on following the Great Yu Empire, and without the Great Yu Empire he could only remain as a former chairman. Furthermore, his secrets were still in the Great Yu Empire's hands. The vast Dearth sect had allied with him to embarrass the Great Yu Empire, and he had immediately relayed the news to Enya. The only reason he had agreed to ally with the vast Dearth sect was because of Enya's wishes. She wanted him to interact more with the vast Dearth sect and provide information to the Great Yu Empire. Sometimes he looked down on the vast Dearth sect. They had bowed and bent their knees to agree to the alliance, but they had also stabbed them in the back. They were unlike him, who had completely submitted to the Great Yu Empire. In Adonis Weave, ever since Darkstar Gorge had been destroyed, Green Peak Gorge had taken over as the leading power. Green Peak Gorge had always been suppressed by Darkstar Gorge, and they had never been able to make a name for themselves. However, ever since Elder Wu had been dealt with by Lu Yin, Darkstar Gorge had been denounced by many other powers and they had risen up. As for the powers that had denounced Darkstar Gorge, they had basically been the ones who had colluded with them. Chapter 710. Green Peak Gorge was much more well-behaved than Darkstar Gorge. Ever since they had become the leading power, they had immediately contacted the Great Yu Empire and taken the initiative to join the alliance. They had been very proactive, but at the same time, they had also agreed to the vast Earth sect's request for an alliance. When they found out that Lu Yin had brought the entire Lockbreaker Society to Frostwave Weave, they immediately cut off all contact with the vast Earth sect and even sent a batch of resources to the Great Yu Empire. They used all sorts of excuses to continuously send gifts, which made Enya and the others feel embarrassed. Although the Green Hornet Gorge was very active, Enya still put them on the untrustworthy list. This power was even more alarming than the vast Earth sect. They were too two-faced. The Six-Fingered Tribe was the most concerned about what had happened on Source Peak Planet, as Armament Weave was the Six-Fingered Tribe's greatest enemy to the west. The two sides had been enemies for countless years, and the Wei family's hands were stained with the Six-Fingered Tribe's blood. The Six-Fingered Tribe had also massacred many members of the Wei family. When they found out that Yifeng had joined the Wei family and taken away a group of lockbreakers, the Six-Fingered Tribe began to panic. They were worried that the Wei family would use those lockbreakers to increase their strength. In truth, they were not worried but rather certain that the Wei family would do so. Otherwise, why would the Wei family raise that group of lockbreakers? Fortunately, Lu Yin had relocated the Lockbreaker Society to Frostwave Weave, which allowed the Six-Fingered Tribe to heave a sigh of relief. In order to deal with the future threat of the Wei family, the Six-Fingered Tribe had decided to sincerely join the Great Eastern Alliance. Only the Great Eastern Alliance could protect them from being oppressed by the Wei family, and only Lu Yin had the ability to keep those lockbreakers in check. As a result, the only ones who were truly sincere in their alliance were Lars Weave and Grand Top Weave. Grand Top Weave's 9-stack sect was just a puppet in Lu Yin's hands, and the other powers naturally listened to him. Of course, there was also Dark Mist Weave. Without mentioning Shinwu Continent, the most terrifying power in Dark Mist Weave was Mafioso Planet. Although Mafioso Planet could not openly join the Great Eastern Alliance, they still had the bespectacled Mistchild to support Lu Yin. News of what had happened on Source Peak Planet spread throughout the Eastern Territories. As a direct result, the relationship between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Great Eastern Alliance became even more stable. Lu Yin also quickly found out that the great powers of the Eastern Weaves had given up on the alliance and were preparing to join the Great Eastern Alliance. This made him heave a sigh of relief, as it would be best if he could save himself some trouble. Your Highness, the Six-Fingered Tribe wishes to request the Great Eastern Alliance's protection. They have been enemies with Armament Weave for generations, and now that Armament Weave has gained a new batch of lockbreakers, they are worried that the Wei family will take this opportunity to attack Lars Weave, Enya said. Lu Yin grunted. Tell them that, according to the Alliance's agreement, the Allied forces were established to protect their allies. Tell them not to worry. Yes, Enya replied, and her eyes lit up. Shui Chuanxiao had always wanted to unite the Outerverse 72 weaves, and now that he was imprisoned in Earth's swamp, she had always wanted to help him fulfill his wish. She had joined the Great Yu Empire because she had nowhere else to go, but she had never expected to see the hope of uniting the Outerverse here. The man in front of him had strength, ambition, and even luck. If he wanted to unify the Outerverse, not a single one of these conditions could be missing. Furthermore, he was originally from the Outerverse, which made him even more suitable than Shui Chuanxiao when it came to unifying the Outerverse. At this moment, Lu Yin's gadget beeped. He glanced at it and then waved for Enya to leave. He tapped lightly and Elder Lohar's image appeared on the screen in front of him. The Elder smiled at Lu Yin. "Kid, I heard that something big happened on Source Peak Planet." Lu Yin respectfully replied, "Someone attacked the Hall of Insight and Vice President Saul was exposed in a scandal. This matter is indeed not small." Elder Lohar replied, "I'm not talking about that. Although the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society is one of the subordinate organizations of the Hall of Honor, we cannot interfere with their matters. When Ironblood Weave was in a state of emergency, the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society also ignored us. This is mutual and I'm talking about what happened in the end." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Is it about that box?" Elder Lohar nodded and solemnly said, "You did well. That box is not only important to the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, but it is also very important to the Hall of Honor. It is fortunate that it was not snatched away. Do you know who was the one who snatched it in the end?" "A corpse king," Lu Yin solemnly answered. Elder Lohar nodded. "Yes, a corpse king and one that has been hiding on Source Peak Planet for many years. Because he was afraid of President Jeffrey, he had been hiding all this time. However, he was exposed this time because of the changes on Source Peak Planet. If not for Vice President Li sacrificing herself and your help, no one would have been able to stop him. Kid, you brought the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society to Frostwave Weave, and that box will also come to Frostwave Weave. Are you confident that you can protect it?" Lu Yin fell silent. This was a problem that he had considered before, but he could not give up on the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society just because of this. The Outerverse Lockbreaker Society has declined due to the separation of the Innerverse and Jeffrey's departure. Now 2 vice presidents and 2 trial mentors have left one after the other, and the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society is even weaker than before. This is why you were able to move them to Frostwave Weave. While receiving the Lockbreaker's assistance, you also have to bear the responsibility. If that box is snatched away by the Neo-Human Alliance right under your nose, then your crime will be great, Elder Lohar said solemnly. Lu Yin looked at Elder Lohar. "This junior will do his best to protect that box." Elder Lohar grunted in acknowledgement and he was quite satisfied. "Good attitude. Don't worry, the Hall of Honor will keep an eye on this situation at all times and will not be careless. However, the Neo-Human Alliance is everywhere and they are also very well hidden. You must make full use of your advantages to protect that box." "Yes, Elder," Lu Yin replied respectfully. He then looked at Elder Lohar expectantly. "Can this junior ask what's inside that box?" Elder Lohar shook his head. "I don't know." Lu Yin pursed his lips as he did not believe Elder Lohar. Elder Lohar smiled bitterly. "I know that you don't believe me, but I really don't know. The Innerverse and Outerverse were separated too suddenly, and before this I had no dealings with the Lockbreaker Society at all. I don't even know what's inside their Hall of Insight, let alone that box. However, that box is one of the most important items that must be protected in the Outerverse, which is why I have to protect it." Lu Yin understood. "Kid, I advise you not to think about finding out what's inside. Sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing," Elder Lohar warned him. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, "This junior is currently busy with the Great Eastern Alliance and I'm under pressure. I don't have the time to pry into secrets, so please rest assured, Elder." "That's good. Right, have you been to the Daoist sect's ruins recently?" Elder Lohar asked. Lu Yin shook his head. "Not at the moment." Elder Lohar solemnly said, "Kid, the Daoist sect's ruins contain our 5th mainland's supreme inheritance, and that is the foundation for you to become stronger. When you become a powerhouse, you'll be able to easily obtain even the entire Outerverse, let alone a tiny Great Eastern Alliance. Don't neglect the essentials." Lu Yin earnestly replied, "This junior understands." I'll follow Senior's instructions. Elder Lohar nodded and then ended the call. 7th Bro, that old man is right. If you can obtain the progenitor's inheritance from the Daoist sect, then unifying the Outerverse won't be a big deal. Who knows, maybe even the Hall of Honor will help you, the monkey said. But you can't go there for now. That's a battlefield and it's too terrifying. Lu Yin unhappily replied, even if it's not a battlefield, you can't go there often. Do you think that it's that easy to obtain a progenitor's inheritance? That woman, White Knight, obviously doesn't have any good intentions. She definitely wants to use me to obtain the progenitor's inheritance, and she might even be waiting for me there. If I go there now, I'll just be courting death. That's right. Let's not listen to him, the monkey agreed. Regardless of whether it was Elder Lohar, the monkey, or anyone else in this universe, no one knew how much Lu Yin would be able to improve once the Outerverse was unified and all the resources belonged to him. Lu Yin was not exaggerating when he said that he could beat up a group of old freaks with a power level of 340,000, and he even dared to touch an envoy. This was the fastest way to improve. What he could not let go of was the battle techniques within the Daoist sect's ruined cauldrons. He could clearly comprehend them, but he could not enter, which was the most disgusting thing. The 9 cauldrons' battle techniques combined into one would be invincible, and this made his heart itch. Perhaps with the Stonewall scriptures he could comprehend all of the 9 cauldrons' battle techniques, which would be perfect. Lu Yin decided to wait a little longer. The battle between the 10 arbiters and the Realmlings would not end that quickly, but it would not last for too long either. He would be able to enter after a while. Speaking of battle techniques, Lu Yin blocked the monkey and took out his die. It was time to cultivate and spend some time to successfully cultivate finger tap. If he could continuously use the dream finger, then his strength would increase tremendously, which was the most important thing right now. As he thought about this, Lu Yin went to the secret room and tapped the die. The die slowly spun until it finally showed a pip. There was a thump and a star crystal fell out. Lu Yin was speechless and he crushed the crystal to restore the die. He then spun it again and it still showed a pip. This time a weapon fell out. Lu Yin used a little more force but the die broke. He tossed it aside and continued. The 3rd time it was still a pip. Lu Yin was helpless as his luck was really bad today. He had gotten a pip every single time. This time a thick diary fell out. He casually flipped through it and saw that it was signed, Alan Gale. Lu Yin set the diary aside and continued to roll. He still had one more chance and he should be able to get a pip of 4 since it was not that difficult to get a pip. This time the die showed a pip of 6 and Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Not good, he had forgotten to take off his cosmic ring. Just as he thought about this, the scene before him changed and he appeared in that strange space. Lu Yin was helpless and he hurriedly stopped. He looked around and saw that some of the light balls were scorching hot while others were dim. The hotter the light balls, the closer they were to his cultivation or some other aspect. He did not dare to stay for too long, as the longer he stayed, the more the star essence in his cosmic ring would be consumed. After thinking about this, he looked around and found the hottest light ball before rushing over and fusing with it. A blinding light flashed in front of him, and Lu Yin slowly opened his eyes as large amounts of memories flooded into his mind. Not long after, he stood up and looked around before looking at his hands. The person he had fused with was called Tong Cho and he was just a Lemeter. How could a mere Lemeter emit such a scorching light? Wasn't this a lie? Chapter 7:11. Lu Yin felt helpless. A Lemeter's ball of light was so hot that it was either similar in terms of cultivation or in some other way. What exactly was it? He walked over to the window and looked outside. There was a floating continent here that had no name. Everyone called it the Mara River Frontline Battlefield. That's right, Tong Cho was from the 6th mainland, and this was the front line of the 6th mainland's invasion of the Innerverse. Lu Yin had never thought that he would actually come here. The Mara River was what the 6th mainland called the Starfall Sea. No one knew where the source and end of the Starfall Sea led to, but now he knew that the end was the 6th mainland. The river flowed from the bottom to the top and into the 6th mainland, becoming the Mara River. The 6th mainland's invasion of the Innerverse had been through the Mara River, and this continent was just one of the front lines. Tong Cho was a disciple of the Grand Martial Realm's Tong family, a cosmic imprinter family that was unparalleled in power and dominated an entire continent. Based on Tong Chao's memories, Lu Yi knew that the Sixth Mainland and the Innerverse were at war. He had thought that the Sixth Mainland's invasion of the Innerverse would be unstoppable, but the Innerverse's foundations were extremely deep, and they had managed to hold on for a while. The Sixth Mainland had sent out imprinters and world imprinters, while the Innerverse had also sent out envoys and old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands. Although they had managed to hold on, the Innerverse had suffered great losses. Even Tong Chou knew that a few envoys with power levels over 500,000 had died, and many planets in the Starfall Sea had been destroyed. Those planets had been overseen by old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands, but they had still been destroyed. At that moment, another memory surged into Lu Yin's mind, and he saw the scene of the battlefield. It was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart, and he felt like an ant caught in a storm. Suddenly, he saw a strange figure that was riding a horse through the void and burning with flames. The figure looked at him from afar, and Tong Chou felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Yin had seen this figure before. It had crossed the heavens and caused him to feel a chill. This was the same figure. There were all sorts of people on the battlefield, and Tong Chou was only a Lemiter. He had retreated after a single glance, and he didn't know anything about the person that Lu Yin wanted to know. He only knew that the war was developing in the Sixth Mainland's favor. Off in the distance, a cool breeze blew by, clearing up Lu Yin's mind. Memories flooded his mind, and he finally understood why he had merged with this person's body. This person had actually cultivated the Sky Beast Claw. The Sky Beast Claw was a battle technique that had been passed down by undying Yushan of the Great Yu Empire. The Great Yu Empire had 108 forms, and Lu Yin had learned all of them. On the Astral Combat Academy's stargazing platform, he had seen an incomparably large battleship traversing the heavens, and he had also seen traces of the Sky Beast Claw on the battleship. This battle technique was clearly not simple, and he was even more certain of that now, as the Sky Beast Claw had even appeared on the Sixth Mainland. The Sky Beast Claw that Tong Chou had learned had been an accidental discovery, just like how Rucky Mathers had learned the stone-crushing fist. Tong Chou had learned the Sky Beast Claw from a claw imprint on a rock, but he had studied it from a young age, and the power of the Sky Beast Claw that he had learned was even greater than the 108 styles of the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin raised his hand, and his palm transformed into a claw. A bestial roar shook the void, and an ancient aura spread out. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, as this might have been very powerful if he had used his true body's strength. He had already imprinted the technique into his memory, so he put down his hand. He would not forget it, and all he needed to do was go back and practice it, but he did not know how powerful it would be. Lu Yin walked out of his room and looked at the people shuttling back and forth in the sky. These were all cultivators from the Tong family, and they had participated in the front lines to help the Tong family plunder resources. At this point, Tong Chou knew that the Tong family had already plundered 2 planets in the Starfall Sea, and they had seized hundreds of millions of human slaves. They had also plundered many resources, especially the remnants of powerhouses with power levels in the hundreds of thousands, which made the entire Tong family excited. The Tong family's main battlefield was in the Starfall Sea, but in reality, the Sixth Mainland's attack on the Innerverse had brought the largest number of cultivators from the Black Blood realm. The Black Blood realm covered the entire Mara River, and they had practically poured all of their strength into attacking the Innerverse. They had already fought their way out of the Starfall Sea, and Lu Yin estimated that they had already reached Chaos Flow Zone. Tong Chou, come here, a clear voice called out from the distance. Lu Yin turned around and saw a young girl. He was astonished, as it was actually her. He remembered that the second time he had entered the Daoist sect's ruins, he had met a young girl in the plaza outside the First Divine Gate, and he had exchanged blows with her. Right now that he thought about it, this girl's surname was also Tong, which was quite a coincidence. When he saw her, Lu Yin was astonished, but Tong Chou's heart was filled with panic, hatred, and helplessness. Lu Yin thought back to the past and realized that it was no wonder that he was feeling these emotions. This girl named Tong Tong had always bullied him, and she had treated him like a dog for many years. His hatred for this girl was very strong, but he did not dare to resist because she was a direct descendant of the Tong family. She was the strongest member of the Tong family's younger generation, and she was an expert who was second only to the Riemlings in the Grand Martial Realm. She was also Tong Zhan's younger sister. Tong Cho, I told you to come here. Didn't you hear me? Tong Tong shouted again from afar. Before Lu Yin could move, someone kicked out from behind him. Lu Yin's expression changed and he subconsciously dodged. With his battle awareness, it was very easy for him to dodge this kick, but the person who had kicked him had not expected him to dodge, which caused quite a few people in the surroundings to laugh. Tong Tong laughed as well, and she even shouted something. That person felt like he had lost all face and he glared at Lu Yin fiercely. Alright, you've become more daring after coming to the battlefield. You actually dare to dodge. I'll let you dodge. He then kicked out again, this time with star energy, and his speed was much faster than before. Lu Yin had not wanted to cause trouble and he had thought that it would be fine if he was kicked. However, deep in his heart, Tong Chao's hatred and fear made him instinctively want to resist. He raised his leg and kicked out as well. His kick landed on the man's knee, causing him to fall to the ground. The crowd fell silent as they looked at Lu Yin in shock. What was going on? In the distance, Tong Tong was also shocked. This guy's luck is too good. At some point, a young man had appeared behind her and was staring at Lu Yin with a smile on his face. The face of the man who had been kicked down by Lu Yin turned red, and he stood up with a cold look in his eyes. I'll make you regret being born. He then struck out with a palm. This person was an explorer, and his innate suppression of Tong Cho was too strong. His star energy suppression forced Lu Yin to dodge. In the past, when Tong Cho had been bullied by others, he had never dared to retaliate due to his cowardice. In reality, his Sky Beast Claw was not weak at all. Tong Cho did not dare to retaliate, but Lu Yin did not want to, as he did not want to expose his Sky Beast Claw. Without the Sky Beast Claw, Lu Yin would not have been able to use Tong Chao's body to fight against an elite explorer from the Tong family. However, dodging was not a problem. His understanding of star energy was still there, and it would not disappear just because he had switched bodies. With the flow of star energy, Lu Yin was able to coincidentally avoid that person's attack every time. Once or twice could be considered a coincidence, but he had done so over 10 times in a row. The crowd fell silent, as this was not something that could be done by coincidence. Even Tong Tong felt that something was wrong, and she looked at Lu Yin strangely. This guy's dodging ability is quite strong. No, it's just that his perception of star energy is very strong, and he can predict his opponent's attacks in advance. The man behind Tong Tong spoke up. Tong Tong turned around and was surprised. Brother, why are you here? The man was Tong Zhan, and he took a few steps forward. He looked at Lu Yin, who was constantly dodging, and calmly said, If I didn't come, why would I see something so interesting? He's not far from comprehending a domain. Tong Tong pouted. What's so great about a domain? I can do it too. It's very easy for us from the 6th mainland to comprehend a domain, but what we need is spiritual force. Only by increasing our spiritual force can we withstand the pressure of the imprint and become stronger. If I can display the ancestors' imprint more clearly, then my power will increase exponentially. Don't underestimate a domain. It's also very terrifying when it's developed to its peak. It's just that no one from the 6th mainland is willing to spend the time to cultivate it, Tong Zhan said. After dodging multiple times, that person finally flew into a rage out of humiliation. A blurry phantom image appeared behind him. It was an imprint. Lu Yin's heart sank. Not good. Once the imprint was used, this person's attack range and strength would greatly increase. It would be unrealistic for him to rely on this body to dodge. After all, the difference was too great. Die. The person raised a palm and slapped down. An imprint appeared on his forehead, and the power of the imprint increased by another level. The void distorted and rippled. Lu Yin was helpless. Was he going to die? He really had let down this Tong Cho by letting him die. At that moment, a hurricane swept past and a powerful aura forced everyone back. The man who had attacked Lu Yin was diverted by this pressure, and he was slapped to the side, creating a deep crater in the ground. Lu Yin turned around. What a terrifying pressure. Everyone around him bowed. Greetings, young master. The person who had attacked Lu Yin hurriedly stepped forward. Greetings, young master. Tong Zhan looked at Lu Yin and then at the others. A great battle is imminent. Don't let others see our Tong family as a joke. Internal strife is not allowed. Yes, young master, the crowd answered. Prepare yourselves. The martial ancestor might make a move during this time, Tong Zhan said calmly, his words shocking everyone. Young master, are you saying that the martial ancestor is going to attack the fifth mainland? Tong Tong also looked at Tong Zhan in shock. Tong Zhan looked up. The martial ancestor is dissatisfied with our war with the fifth mainland. A group of powerhouses have also appeared in the fifth mainland, but there are too many of them. In addition, their top powerhouses from the younger generation wantonly massacred our sixth mainland's elites in the ruins of the Daoist sect. The martial ancestor might bring the Daoist three skies to attack, and when that happens the fifth mainland will definitely collapse. Yes, young master, the crowd answered. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. The martial ancestor was a progenitor. How could the Innerverse withstand a progenitor's attack? The fifth mainland should not have any progenitors while the sixth mainland had 3. This was a hopeless disparity. Even though Lu Yin had never seen a progenitor's strength before, he had heard of it many times. It was the ultimate realm of human cultivation. If cultivators were gods to ordinary people, then imprinters were gods to cultivators. As for progenitors, they were gods to imprinters. They were terrifying figures that they didn't even have the qualifications to look up to. Chapter 7:12. Lu Yin's heart sank. Tong Zhan left, and the person who had ambushed Lu Yin did not cause any more trouble for him. Clearly, the news that a progenitor was about to make a move had a huge impact on them, as it meant that the fifth mainland was about to be defeated, which meant that there were endless opportunities waiting for them. Tong Tong walked over to Lu Yin's side and looked at him strangely. Not bad, Tong Cho. I didn't know that you had this ability. You're about to comprehend a domain. Lu Yin came back to his senses and looked at Tong Tong. He bowed and respectfully said, I might have been affected by the battlefield's atmosphere. I unknowingly became like this. Tong Tong sneered. You were sick for several days when I saw the battlefield. Don't try to find excuses for yourself. Have you been hiding all this time waiting for an opportunity to take revenge on me? Lu Yin hurriedly replied, I wouldn't dare. Miss will always be Mississippi. It's good that you know. Forget about the fact that you're just a Lamiter, so what if you comprehend a domain? When it comes to domains, I comprehended them earlier than you. You'll always be my dog. Remember that. Tong Tong barked as she stared coldly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, Yes, Mississippi. Tong Tong was satisfied. I'm quite happy that you have such strength. If a dog is useless, then its master will lose face. Now I'll give you a chance to enter the library and find me a good battle technique to learn. That way you'll have more strength when you bite. She then gave Lu Yin a medallion. Lu Yin accepted the medallion and with Tong Tong's permission he went to the library. He had not expected to have such an unexpected gain. The library contained countless years of the Tong family's treasures. Although this mainland's library was less than 1,000th of the Tong family's library and was of the lowest grade, it was still pretty good. Lu Yin could learn more about the sixth mainland through these books. However, Lu Yin was clearly overthinking things. The books that the Tong family had brought were all battle techniques and they were of the lowest grade. Most of them had been snatched from the Starfall Sea, and they intended to use this battlefield to enrich the library and bring it back as spoils of war. There were very few books that had actually been taken from the main family. Lu Yin flipped through a few and found that these battle techniques were very ordinary. It was likely that some of the more powerful battle techniques had been stored in other places or given to others. He sighed as these books were of no value to him. When he reached a corner, he casually found a book and sat down to read it. He decided that he would leave soon as he could not waste any more star essence. At that moment, someone entered the library and the conversation reached Lu Yin's ears. I still need to do my best in this war. We're fighting against the people from the fifth mainland, and we have an innate suppressive force. With our imprints, we can easily win against people at the same level as us. It's too easy. That's right. I've heard that this pressure is coming from the mainland. The fifth mainland is collapsing, and without the support of the mainland, it's impossible to resist. We're basically invincible here, huh? If it were up to me, I would have started this war a long time ago. Who knows, I might even be a hunter by now. It's the same now. You and I are still young. We'll take advantage of this war to make a fortune. Some people in the family don't even dare to come. Trash. Those people heard about the Daoist sect's ruins and they became afraid. They thought that the Fifth Mainland was filled with people at the same level as the 10 Arbiters, but in reality, the 10 Arbiters are the top powerhouses of the entire Fifth Mainland's younger generation, and the gap between them and those below them is extremely large. It would already be a miracle if there were 10 of them, so how could there be so many? Those people are just stupid. Speaking of which, the battlefield in the Daoist sect's ruins is even more terrifying than this place. The war between the 10 Arbiters and the Realmlings is also very intense, and it's rumored that the Daoist Three Skies might go there. Why do I hear that the Daoist Three Skies will follow the martial ancestor to train? I don't know, but the news is flying everywhere. One thing is certain, the Daoist Three Skies are about to appear. Those are the top powerhouses of our Sixth Mainland's younger generation. Who knows how powerful they are? I'm so envious. An innate suppressive force? Lu Yin thought about it. He had fought against the people from the Sixth Mainland, but he had not felt any innate suppression. Could it be because of the Daoist sect's ruins? Right, have you heard that the higher-ups are preparing to open up a third battlefield? Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he listened attentively without making a sound. A third battlefield? With our Sixth Mainland's strength we should be able to do it. After all, the main forces at the Mara River battlefield are from the Black Blood Realm and the Grand Martial Realm. The second battlefield will attack the Fifth Mainland's Astral Beast domain, and the main forces will be from the Bloodburn Realm and the Stone Realm. There aren't many people from the other 5 realms, so they have plenty of power. But where will the third battlefield attack? Although the Fifth Mainland is huge, as long as a progenitor takes action, they should be able to flatten it quickly. We'll surround it from the east and west, and then we'll launch an all-out attack on their Neoverse. The Fifth Mainland is divided into the Innerverse and Outerverse and the Neoverse. Even our Sixth Mainland doesn't know much about the Neoverse, but based on the average strength of the Fifth Mainland, they should be about the same. For the third battlefield, the higher-ups seem to be planning to attack their Outerverse. Lu Yin was stunned. Aren't the Innerverse and Outerverse separated? That's only for the Fifth Mainland. Our Sixth Mainland is connected to the Fifth Mainland not only by the Mara River and the Astral Beast domain, but also by the Fifth Mainland's technocracy. I've heard rumors that the technocracy is controlled by a single mainframe. It's very small, but it's on par with the human domain and the Astral Beast domain. Our Sixth Mainland also has a portion of that mainframe's authority, and it's through this authority that we understand a lot about the Fifth Mainland. Are you saying that the higher-ups plan to use the technocracy to attack the human domain's outerverse? That's just hearsay. Others say that the higher-ups plan to join forces with the Astral Beast domain to attack the human domain. Anyway, there's a lot of information. Then forget it. Let's just stay at the Mara River. It's not that easy to change the battlefield. That's true. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and did not linger. He slapped his forehead and cancelled the fusion. The scene in front of him changed, and when he opened his eyes again he was back in the secret room in King Zishan's palace. He stood up with a solemn expression, as the technocracy's mainframe's authority had actually been controlled by the Sixth Mainland. Although it was not complete authority, it was still bad news for the Outerverse. The technocracy was connected to the Outerverse, and through its endless weave, it could sweep through the Outerverse. The Outerverse's power was already struggling to resist the Astral Beast domain, let alone the Sixth Mainland. Lu Yin wanted to inform Elder Lohar and alert the Hall of Honor, but what reason could he use to do so? Back then he had been able to find out that the Primal Zone was isolated from the outside world, but the reason had already been very far-fetched. At that time the war had been difficult and no one had given it much thought, so they had gradually forgotten about it. Now if Elder Lohar learned that the Sixth Mainland might be opening up a third battlefield, he would definitely be suspicious. No, there's another way. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He could use the Daoist sect's ruins to spread the news to Elder Lohar. He could say that the 10 Arbiters had spoken, but Elder Lohar would not be able to verify it. By the time Elder Lohar could verify it, the Innerverse and Outerverse would have already been connected. Who knew what would happen then? Perhaps Lu Yin would have already become an enlighter by then. Lu Yin made his decision. Although the news of the Sixth Mainland opening up a third battlefield might not be true, he still needed to be prepared and be more vigilant against the technocracy. Now he wanted to try the Sky Beast Claw. Wait, how much did I use this time? Lu Yin nervously opened his cosmic ring and glanced at its contents. He felt dizzy as 150,000 star essence was gone. 150,000 star essence. Lu Yin grieved as this was a rather large sum and it was gone just like that. Back when he had fused with Tian Ho, he had only used 20,000 star essence. 6 pips on his die consumed too many star essence and Lu Yin sighed. He had already used up a lot of star essence, so there was nothing he could do. He retracted his gaze and decided to earn more in the future. He would try the Sky Beast Claw first. Tong Chao's understanding of the Sky Beast Claw surpassed Lu Yin's understanding of the 108 forms, as Lu Yin had only been cultivating the 108 forms for a few years. On the other hand, Tong Chou had obtained the claw imprint from a young age and even hugged it when he slept. Thus, his understanding of the Sky Beast Claw was extraordinary. Lu Yin's domain swept across King Zishan's palace, and when he found that no one was looking for him, he calmly sat down and recalled Tong Chao's understanding of the Sky Beast Claw. Unknowingly, his palm had transformed into a claw, and the original 108 forms of the Sky Beast Claw had undergone many changes. Lu Yin's palm transformed into a claw that pierced through the void. The beastly roars grew louder and louder, shaking one's mind. The void around Lu Yin's 5 fingers trembled, and a faint claw mark appeared, followed by a terrifying fluctuation that caused one's heart to palpitate. It swept across King Zishan's palace and Zhao ran. She looked up in confusion and blinked. It swept across Kay's, causing his scalp to go numb and he almost went limp. The fluctuation's range grew wider and wider, and it gradually swept across all of Xenu Star. Many people felt an indescribable chill as well as an innate pressure. However, when they realized that it was coming from King Zishan's palace, they all quieted down and took it for granted. Wendy Yushan looked up at King Zishan's palace. You're getting stronger and stronger. Did you obtain another battle technique? This pressure carried a trace of vicissitudes and it was definitely not an ordinary strength. Lu Yin himself had not known that Tong Chao's understanding of the Sky Beast Claw would be so terrifying when used by him. He suddenly opened his eyes and forcefully dispelled the claw mark. He exhaled as fine beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. In that instant, he felt as if he had seen a giant claw crossing the river of time and descending upon him. Although it might have been an illusion caused by a battle technique, he did not dare to let the claw strike him. His intuition told him that this was no joke. He looked at his own palm. He had not even fully unleashed Tong Chao's understanding of the Sky Beast Claw, but it was already so terrifying. What would happen if he fully unleashed it? Perhaps it would not be any weaker than the Dream Finger. Lu Yin's eyes brightened as he had inadvertently obtained another powerful battle technique. What he had seen at Stargazing Deck had not been false. The claw mark had been able to penetrate deep into the giant arc, which meant that it had definitely come from a terrifying powerhouse. He had also indirectly comprehended an inheritance. Unfortunately, it would have been great if Tong Chao's stone tablet had been given to him. After all, Tong Chou was only a limiter, and there was a limit to how much he could comprehend. If it had been Lu Yin himself, he believed that the Sky Beast Claw would have had room for improvement. As for the 108 forms of the Sky Beast Claw, he had already merged them into one. Compared to Tong Chao's understanding of the Sky Beast Claw, the 108 forms were a joke. If Tong Chou had not been so cowardly and dared to use the Sky Beast Claw in battle, then his strength would definitely not have been weak. Of course, if one wanted to fully unleash the Sky Beast Claw, they needed to have a physical body which Tong Chou did not have. Thus, all of Tong Chao's comprehension had been for Lu Yin's benefit. It was no wonder that ball of light had been so bright and had attracted Lu Yin's attention. Thank you. Little Cannon Brothers reward, I'll give it to you, thank you. Chapter 7:13. Lu Yin raised his hand and his die appeared. It seemed like he needed to roll 6 pips as each fusion could lead to improvement. This was a shortcut to increasing his strength. The next day, Lu Yin finished his finger tap training and sensed Ban Jiu's aura in his domain. He had K's let him in. Your Highness, are you free right now? Come with me to the technology department, Banjo said urgently. Lu Yin was curious. What's wrong? The first batch of androids has been completed and I would like you to witness it. Banjo was excited. Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he stood up. Sco. Right after Lu Yin left, Hai Qiqi arrived. She did not need to report her entry and exit to King Zishan's palace, as if it was her own home. She didn't see Lu Yin when she entered the living room, but instead saw the diary that he had casually placed on the table. Hai Qiqi opened it out of curiosity. The technology department was located in a hidden location, and some departments were even built underground. The androids department was one of them. Banjo had obtained the blueprints for the androids a long time ago, and Lu Yin had obtained it by rolling his die. The breakthrough in technology had occurred 4 months ago. Banjo had originally promised to create 50 androids within half a year, but in just 4 months he had already created 20 androids. The rest were just a production line, and as long as there were enough materials, the production speed would be very fast. Lu Yin followed Banjo to the underground technology department and saw 20 androids floating in liquid. They were completely mechanical and filled with power. Each android had rune lines that rivaled a peak explorer's, and in terms of power level, each android had a power level of 49,000 to 50,000. These androids are made from the best metals in the Eastern weaves. Not only do they have a hardness of 50,000, but they are also very resilient and can withstand even more powerful attacks. Their core source control hardness also exceeds 50,000, and spiritual silk has been added as well. Most importantly, as long as there are enough materials, any part of the androids can be replaced at any time, which can easily increase their strength. Banjo excitedly explained. Lu Yin looked at the androids. These were all products of a technological civilization, and 20 androids were equivalent to 20 peak explorers. It had taken him more than 6 years to become an explorer, and this was where the terrifying power of technology lay. As long as there was a breakthrough in technology, even such powerhouses could be mass-produced. Do we have enough materials? Lu Yin asked. Banjo excitedly replied, the Great Eastern Alliance has been established and I've seen all of the resources listed. We can create 200 peak explorer-level androids. Only 200? Lu Yin was dissatisfied as he had gathered the resources of all 8 weaves in the east. Banjo helplessly replied, Your Majesty, there are some materials that are too scarce, such as 1,000-thread spirit gold and polarium essence. The eastern weaves don't produce them at all and we still have to purchase them from the outside. The main reason is that these materials are limited in quantity. Lu Yin muttered to himself, I'll think of a way to get the materials. He tried to increase the strength of the androids as much as possible. This was exactly what Banjo wanted, so he hurriedly agreed. Where do you think these androids should be placed? Banjo shook his head. I don't know. He was only responsible for manufacturing. The arrangements were Lu Yin's responsibility. Lu Yin had originally planned to sell the androids in order to break the alliance between Vast Earth Weave and Lars Weave. However, the battle on Source Peak Planet had caused Lars Weave to panic, and they had no choice but to completely submit to him. Grand Top Weave did not have any powers that could resist, and Flaxen Weave was just a fence-sitter that did not pose much of a threat. The ones that he needed to be wary of were Vast Earth Weave, Dark Mist Weave, Adonis Weave and Bard Weave. Among them, Adonis Weave's strength had been greatly weakened, so it was not within Lu Yin's consideration. Dark Mist Weave was filled with dark powers, which made it impossible for them to unite. Furthermore, Mafioso Planet and Shinwu Continent had already submitted to him, so there was no need to consider them. Thus, only Vast Earth Weave and Bard Weave were left to be taken care of. There was no need to expose the androids to deal with these 2 weaves. As Lu Yin pondered this, his gadget suddenly beeped. Someone was trying to contact him. He glanced at it and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After some thought, he accepted the call. Who is this? I'm Wei Rong, Brother Lu. I've heard a lot about you. Lu Yin's expression turned serious, as this person's appearance had been too unexpected. He had expected Wei Rong to contact him, but he had not expected it to be so soon. So it's Brother Wei. I've heard a lot about you, Lu Yin said calmly as he waved for Banjo to leave. Wei Rong's tone was relaxed. Congratulations to Brother Lu for obtaining the Lockbreaker Society. This brother has come to congratulate you. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. I also want to congratulate Brother Wei for obtaining the help of a group of lockbreakers. It's a pity that we were not fated to meet after the battle on Source Peak Planet. Yes, it's a pity. I've heard of Brother Lu's great name many times, and after the battle on Source Peak Planet, Brother Lu has given me a new understanding of you. In the entire Outerverse, there are very, very few people who can accomplish what you did on Source Peak Planet. Brother Lu, you're amazing, Wei Rong praised. Lu Yin could tell that Wei Rong was sincere in his praise, as Lu Yin had used the path that Wei Rong had paved for him to take away the entire Lockbreaker Society. This was something that even Wei Rong could not accomplish. Lu Yin was not complacent, as he had only been able to do so thanks to Wang Wen's help. There's no need to discuss the past. May I know why Brother Wei has contacted me this time? It's nothing much. It's just that having a troublesome little sister is always a headache. Brother Lu, do you remember Wei Xer, who participated in Instructor Phelan's exam with you? Wei Rong asked. Lu Yin thought about it. She's your little sister? Yes, Xer has loved lock-breaking since she was young, and she's very happy that she passed the exam. She had planned to stay on Source Peak Planet, but unfortunately the Lockbreaker Society moved to Frostwave Weave. That girl has been causing trouble for me, so I had no choice but to bring her to Frostwave Weave's Lockbreaker Society. After all, her mentor is Phelan, and having a mentor to guide her is better than fumbling around on your own. What do you think, Brother Lu? Lu Yin replied, if Brother Wei wants to visit Frostwave Weave, you can come anytime. I can show you around. Alright, then it's settled. Brother Lu, let's meet at Xenu Star. Wei Rong laughed. Lu Yin smiled. See you at Xenu Star. After ending the call, Lu Yin looked at the cyborg in front of him and made a decision. Wei Rong had traveled through more than half of the Outerverse, but he had never set foot in the Eastern Weaves. Firstly, it was a matter of safety, and secondly, he did not place the Eastern Weaves in his eyes at all. The Eastern Weaves had the fewest populations and they did not have any special resources. This time he had come to Frostwave Weave not only because of the Lockbreaker Society, but also because of the Great Eastern Alliance. The scattered Eastern Weaves naturally did not interest him, but the united Great Eastern Alliance was different. This meant that a colossus had appeared in his east. The moment the Great Eastern Alliance was established, it would become Wei Rong's enemy. Lu Yin originally did not know who Wei Rong was, but the battle on Source Peak Planet had left a deep impression on him. Even without Jeffrey, the Lockbreaker Society was still a colossus. However, it had been destroyed by Wei Rong just like that, and he had even taken away a group of lockbreakers with him. Such methods and strength were quite terrifying. Wei Rong's strength was not impressive, but his strategy was extraordinary. It seemed that Wei Rong was planning to make a move against the Great Eastern Alliance, and he might even cause trouble during this alliance conference. Lu Yin left the technology department and returned to King Zishan's palace. Under the cover of his domain, he saw Hai Chi-Chi sitting alone in the living room with her head lowered. Clear tears would occasionally fall from her eyes. Lu Yin hurriedly walked over and squatted down in front of Hai Chi-Chi. He looked into her red eyes. Titi, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Hai Chi-Chi looked at Lu Yin and pursed her lips. A teardrop fell onto Lu Yin's hand and she pleaded with teary eyes. Can you save the Fireplume tribe? Lu Yin was confused. What Fireplume tribe? Hai Chi-Chi handed the diary over to Lu Yin. Lu Yin took it. I picked this up by accident. Have you read it? Hai Chi-Chi nodded. Save the Fireplume tribe. Lu Yin was astonished. Hai Chi-Chi was crying because of this diary. He was curious, so he sat down and flipped to the first page. Today is the happiest day for our Fireplume tribe. The nightmare that has plagued us for so many years has finally ended, and we have welcomed our hero. He is so imposing and tall, and he stands in the heavens like a god that protects us. We cheer for him and pray for him. As the Fireplume tribe's princess, I, Ellen Gale, personally pray for him and sing for him. He likes our songs very much. That's right, who in the universe doesn't like our songs? Our Fireplume tribe has musical talent that far surpasses that of the Soul Dream tribe, and our songs can cleanse the soul. We left our homeland and followed him. He said that he would take us to a place where we would never be oppressed. He said that he would spread our songs throughout the universe and guide people to the truth, kindness, and beauty. I like him, and I might even fall in love with him. This planet is beautiful, and the place where I live is beautiful as well. I'm not writing anymore. He wants to hear our songs and he really likes our songs. I'm so happy. He's injured and the doctor said that he needs the blood of our hearts to treat him. We Fireplume tribe are willing to dedicate our hearts and blood to him. Each person's heart and blood may not be much, but when gathered together it will be much more. We are all willing to sacrifice everything for him. I'm a little tired. I've been singing and praying for him every day for an entire month. My voice is hoarse and I've been dedicating my heart and blood every day. My body is very weak but he still wants me to sing. Many of us sisters are tired. Today a child died in front of us. He was the one who killed him. He said that the child had the blood of an evil person flowing through his veins and that he would harm others if left alive. I pleaded for mercy because the child's eyes were pure and flawless, and I could sense his naivety. He seemed to think that this was just a game but my pleading was useless and the child still died. He's a little scary. I'm afraid. He's killed many people during this period of time, and there was one time when blood splashed into my eyes. I tried to persuade him and use our songs to guide him, but it didn't seem to work. 5 of my sisters have already gone missing and I don't know where they went. I don't even know if they're still alive. He looked at me with a terrifying gaze like a king looking at an ant. He forced me to pray and sing and my sisters were all afraid. I wanted to leave. He's not the person I thought he was. He's changed, but it's also possible that he hasn't changed at all. He's just like this. No matter how beautiful the environment is, it can't change the fact that we're in hell. Our Fireplume tribe songs can guide a person's true beauty, but they can't guide him. He's the true demon and he killed thousands of our sisters. I don't know why but we were very obedient to him. Why did he kill us? From then on all I saw was red. Lu Yin flipped to the back and there was a long passage in the middle where Ellen Gale described the changes in her heart. I'm really lost. The feelings I had when I first saw him still haven't disappeared. Even if he's a demon I still like him. He's killed many people, many of them including my own people. But the more time we spend together, the deeper his image is branded in my heart. Alright, I'll face my own heart. The universe exists in white and black just like his hair color but there's a trace of gray in him. Perhaps this gray is the source of evil. I don't want to die and I want to guide him to his true beauty. I'll use my life as the price to cleanse his soul. I've blinded my own eyes because I didn't want to see his evil face. I'll use the rest of my life to sing and guide him to good. I'm not fated to be with him in this life, but I'm willing to use the rest of my life as the price to atone for his sins and repent for him. From today onwards I will never stop singing. Even if I lose my voice, even if I turn into a skeleton, I will pray for him until the very last moment. I will guide him to his true beauty. Ellen Gale. Chapter 7:14. Lu Yin closed the diary and retracted his gaze. He had unknowingly finished reading the entire diary. Was Ellen Gale an idiot or was she infatuated? Can you save the Fireplume tribe? Hai Chi was so moved that she couldn't stop crying. Lu Yin was speechless. Was she really that moved? Men and women had different emotions when it came to crying, but this crying was too exaggerated. Women were emotional, which was not wrong at all. He waved the diary in his hand. Do you know where this Fireplume tribe is? Let me save them. Hai Chi shook her head. Let's look it up. Maybe they're in the outer verse. Lu Yin laughed. Wrong. The inner verse is in the day-night flow zone. How do you know? Hai Chi was shocked. Lu Yin replied, Ellen Gale mentioned that he had black and white hair with a hint of gray, which is the symbol of the Night King clan. This person is definitely from the Night King clan, which is naturally in the day-night flow zone. Hai Chi grew anxious. Why haven't you determined where old Gude is? Hurry up. You're too inefficient. Lu Yin was stunned. The topic had changed so quickly. The sooner I deal with old Gouda, the sooner I can explore the astral river. I'll definitely find a way to enter the inner verse, Hai Chi said. Lu Yin stuffed the diary into her hands. I also hope that you can find a way to enter the inner verse. As for old Gouda, I've already sent someone to investigate him. He's very cunning and he's nowhere to be found. Don't worry, the area is only so big so he won't be able to escape. That's for the best. Hai Chichi put the diary away like it was a treasure. I'm going to take a nap and reflect on this. She then ran off. Lu Yin watched her leave and then raised his gadget to search for information on the Fireplume tribe. Using his honor points, he found the Fireplume tribe. It had to be said that this tribe was blessed by the heavens, but they were also plagued by misfortune. The Blazing Feather race was born on a planet called the Blazing Feather Planet. This planet was very strange. All living things had wings, including the fish in the river and the earthworms underground. All of them had wings that burned with white flames. Humans were no exception. Every member of the Fireplume clan had wings burning with white flames. What was even more peculiar was that the Fireplume clan did not have any males, only females. Even if they married outside, they would only give birth to ordinary males or beautiful females with wings of white flames. The singing of the females of the Fireplume clan had the effect of cleansing one's soul, elevating one's essence, energy and spirit, and boosting one's battle chi. This effect caused the Fireplume tribe to become the target of jealousy from the moment they were discovered. They had never been free and they had always been controlled by other powers. They had been oppressed and their lives had been miserable. That was until 10 years ago when the Day-Night clan took control of the Fireplume tribe. Since then, the Fireplume tribe had disappeared without a trace, and there had been no news of them in the universe. The one who had taken the Fireplume clan away was Arbiter Zhenwu. Lu Yin sighed. Arbiter Zhenwu, Night King Zhenwu, and Lu Yin again. So many things were connected to this person, and this person was truly unwilling to be left out. This meant that the he that Alan Gale had mentioned was Night King Zhenwu. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Even if the innerverse and outerverse had not been separated, Arbiter Zhenwu's strength was not something that Lu Yin could face head-on. Lu Yin had external help, but how could Arbiter Zhenwu not have it? The battle in Ironblood Weave had already shown that once Lu Yin was targeted, his external help would not be able to display its effects. What he really needed to do was to increase his own strength. As for the Fireplume clan, it had nothing to do with him. If it was possible in the future, he would save them, but if it was impossible, he would not force it. Speaking of which, the Sixth Mainland was about to send a progenitor to sweep through the Innerverse. When that time came, it was hard to say whether the Day-Night clan would still be around. Over the next few days, Lu Yin passed down his orders and stayed in King Zishan's palace. He recited the Stonewall scriptures and practiced finger tap. He also used the second squadron to observe Ku Wei's movements. Ku Wei did not hide at all, and he openly wandered about in front of the palace. There were a few times when he was almost captured, but he had managed to slip away quickly. The group from the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society would arrive on planet Hydra Inc. in 8 days, just before the Alliance Conference. This was exactly what Lu Yin wanted to see, as he wanted to use the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's reputation to raise his own. During these past few days, the Eastern Weaves were very quiet, as everyone was busy with the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Conference. As for the outside world, Lu Yin was not too sure, but he guessed that there were undercurrents surging. The Outerverse's native powers wanted to swallow up the behemoths that dominated the universe, and this was an inevitable process. However, nothing would happen before the Alliance Conference, as Wei Rong himself still had to come to Frostwave Weave. It had been exactly 20 months since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated. On this day, the bespectacled Mistchild sent news that she had confirmed old Guda's whereabouts. There were still 13 days before the Alliance Conference. Lu Yin immediately decided to bring Yen Yen along. When Enya heard that Lu Yin was about to leave, she hurriedly tried to stop him. Your Highness, the Alliance Conference is about to begin, and the various Weaves' upper echelons are about to arrive at Xenu Star. If your Highness leaves now, it will show that our great Yu Empire is lacking in etiquette. Just tell them that I'm in seclusion and help me welcome them, Lu Yin said in a low voice. He had wanted to take revenge on old Guda for many years, even before he had started cultivating on Earth. Now that revenge was right in front of him, nothing could stop him. Enya was helpless and she could only do as Lu Yin said. In the dark mist weave, a giant spacecraft floated above a dusky primitive planet. Occasionally, people would fly out to hunt large beasts and bring them into the spacecraft. This was a giant spacecraft that could hold at least 20,000 people. Inside the spacecraft, there were cultivation rooms, gravity rooms, entertainment rooms, and so on. At this moment, old Guda was lying down in a luxurious lounge with a trembling woman sitting on his lap. She was carefully cutting a piece of meat and feeding it to him. The door was suddenly pushed open and Gu Er walked in. He picked up a cup of wine and downed it in one gulp. How long are we going to stay in this rundown place? Old Gouda looked at Gu Er with dissatisfaction. You're so impatient. What kind of person are you? Gu Er snorted and sat down. If it were up to me, why don't we head to the central region of the Outerverse? There are very few people who know us there, and it's much better than hiding on this primitive planet. There are only beasts here. We'll definitely have to leave, but not now. That girl that we were chasing has escaped into the Frostwave Weave, and she's definitely reported us to Lu Yin. We can't go anywhere for now, so we'll just stay here and wait for the news to die down, Old Gouda said in a low voice. Lu Yin, it's Lu Yin again. That bastard caused trouble for me back in the Astral Combat Academy, and now he's even afraid of you, father, Gu Er said. Old Gouda's gaze turned sinister. He's killed quite a few Enlighters and has too many tricks up his sleeve. Now he's even established the Great Eastern Alliance and his influence is enormous. Remember this. In the future, wherever he goes, you definitely can't show up. Don't forget that you have a grudge against him, and he also mentioned that he has a grudge against me back in the Astral Combat Academy. Got it. Gu Er was unwilling to give up, and he glanced at the girl sitting on Old Gouda's lap. His eyes blazed, but then he suddenly thought of something. Right, is that girl really a high-ranking member of the Sea King's Dome? Old Gouda sneered. Back then, the West Astral River Giant Arc Flow Zone's envoy sent me an image of her. If she can ride a spacecraft from the Sea King's Dome, then she's definitely a high-ranking member of the Sea King's Dome. Let's not even talk about the treasures in her hands. After a few years, when the Innerverse and Outerverse return to normal, you'll be able to marry her and become a member of the Sea King's Dome. No one will dare to touch you then. Gu Er was excited. Then father, let's hurry up and find her. I already said that we can't touch her right now. Let's wait for the news to die down. She's been wandering around the Astral River's border, and she's definitely looking for a way to enter the Innerverse. She'll definitely return, Old Gouda said. Gu Er nodded, licked his lips and drank another cup of wine. Far away from the primitive planet, the bespectacled Mist Child appeared in front of Lu Yin on a spacecraft. She smiled at him. Your Highness, I've made a contribution. Lu Yin looked in the direction of the primitive planet. Tell me, what kind of power does he have? The Mist Child adjusted her glasses. Old Gouda has developed a considerable amount of power on the Astral River Giant Arc over the years. He now has 5 cruisers, 17 explorers, and more than 3,000 cultivators of various levels. The people on the Astral River Giant Arc have offended too many Outerverse cultivators, so most of them follow Old Gouda. They won't be easy to deal with. Old Gouda is a hunter himself, and he's been fishing on the Astral River Giant Arc for so many years. He definitely has some treasures on hand. If we want to deal with him, we'll have to trap him first. Let's go to Old Gouda's hiding place, Lu Yin ordered. The Mist Child reminded him, Your Highness, Old Gouda is very cautious. If we show up, we'll be able to trap him. Otherwise, once we act, he'll definitely slip away and it'll be difficult to find him again. I know. Soon the spacecraft flew towards the primitive planet. Although it was quite a distance away, the Aurora spacecraft was too fast, and it didn't take long for them to see the primitive planet. Lu Yin also saw the number of rune lines on the planet. Old Gouda's rune lines were enormous, but they definitely could not compare to Aiden or Yen Yen. Ever since Yen Yen had awakened, his strength had been constantly increasing. Even Lu Yin, who was wearing his universal armor, had felt threatened by his ice-burst flame. Although Yen Yan's strength had been greatly reduced after the battle, he had still reached the level of a hunter. Lu Yin estimated that Yen Yan's original strength had been at least that of a peak hunter, but now his rune lines surpassed even Old Gouda's. On the primitive planet, the spacecraft's alarm sounded, and Old Gouda immediately went to the captain's cabin to look at the screen. Captain, a spacecraft has stopped outside the planet. I don't know what it's trying to do. Old Gouda's face was solemn. Can you tell which spacecraft it belongs to? I don't know. The symbol has been covered up. Old Gouda's heart sank and he had a bad premonition. Leave the planet immediately. Hurry. At this moment, a figure appeared on the screen and floated in outer space. The figure then raised both hands, causing a white chill to rapidly spread out towards the planet. Suddenly the screen became a vast expanse of white. Old Guda's pupils shrank and he leapt out of the spacecraft. He then threw out all sorts of weapons and bombarded them in outer space. The void was torn apart and the weapons left deep marks on the solid white ice. However, they were unable to break through the ice. In less than 10 seconds, the entire planet was encased in solid white ice, and the frigid air caused the planet to enter an era of glaciers. Animals and plants quickly froze to death and even seawater and rivers were frozen solid. Chapter 7:15. The ice only froze the planet's atmosphere, but it did not completely freeze the interior. The interior was only filled with cold air. Old Guda's expression changed and he charged into the sky. He aimed a palm strike at the ice, causing it to crack but not shatter. As the cold air spread out, the cracked ice began to fuse back together. Old Guda's face paled and he used his battle technique to attack. The layers of ice shattered but they quickly recovered. Outside the ice, Xianxia's gaze was cold. He was competing with Old Guda in a battle of attrition. If he lost, the ice would shatter and Old Guda would be able to escape. However, if Old Guda lost, he would be trapped on the planet. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Old Guda roared. A layer of white frost formed on the spacecraft's surface, and the space-exploring powerhouses rushed out to attack the ice, but it was useless. Only Old Guda was able to damage the ice. Gu air trembled within the spacecraft as he stared in horror at the vast expanse of whiteness outside. Lu Yin appeared beside Xianxian and saw Old Guda through the ice. Old Guda similarly saw Lu Yin through the ice and his expression changed. It's you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Long time no see, Old Guda. Old Guda barked. Lu Yin, your enmity with my son is just a small matter. Is there a need to chase us down? Lu Yin laughed. It looks like you're still dreaming. Wake him up. Xianxian's gaze turned cold and the ice grew even colder. Some of the cultivators who had left the spacecraft were immediately frozen, and only the space-exploring powerhouses were able to withstand it. Old Guda's expression changed. Everyone else returned to the spacecraft. The primitive planet turned completely white, and even the gales froze and fell to the ground. There was a soft sound from the spacecraft, and its internal structure was frozen and damaged. Old Guda glared at Lu Yin. Is it because of that girl from the Sea King's dome? Lu Yin was puzzled. I was wondering why you were chasing after Chi-Chi and insisting on her marrying your son. So it turns out that you knew about her identity. I didn't know. Gu air truly likes her. Old Guda shouted. Lu Yin sneered. Is that so? If that girl doesn't want to marry you, then we won't force her. Please let us go. I, Old Guda, have obtained some treasures from the Astral River Arc over the years, and I'll give them all to you. All I ask of you is that you let us go. I swear that I'll never return to the Eastern Weaves again, Old Guda pleaded. Lu Yin looked at Old Guda's pleading face, and he recalled the despair he had felt while waiting for the Astral River Arc to dock in the Innerverse. At the time, they had calculated the time that the Astral River Arc would dock, and they would have been able to shake off their pursuers and hide in the Outerverse. However, because Old Guda had deliberately delayed the Astral River Arc, the Astral River Arc had stopped halfway, which had led to them being caught up. 72 lives had been lost just like that, and Lu Yin clearly remembered each and every one of their faces. They had been very kind to him and they hadn't looked down on him because he was a commoner. They had all been his brothers and sisters, but because of this old man in front of him they had all died. His death was extremely miserable. On Earth, Lu Yin lived an ordinary life, but he would always dream of those people as well as Old Guda's disgusting and smug smile. In Lu Yin's heart, Old Guda was definitely the person he hated the most. Now he could finally get his revenge, but he wouldn't let Old Guda die so easily. He wanted this person to have a taste of the pain he had suffered in the past. Get rid of an explorer every hour, Lu Yin instructed. Xianxian's eyes flashed coldly. Among the people who had been attacking the ice, one of the explorer's hands and feet had been frozen, and he fell straight to the ground. The surrounding people were terrified and they immediately retreated into the spacecraft. Old Guda shouted, Lu Yin, what grudge do you have against me for you to do such a thing? Lu Yin's body vanished as he returned to the spacecraft. There was no rush and he could take it slow. He wanted to vent the anger that had accumulated over so many years. Someone once said that torturing one's enemies was also torturing oneself, and Lu Yin agreed with this saying. Torturing one's enemies was addictive, but he couldn't kick it. His hatred was too great and his enemies were too strong. Without any motivation, he didn't know when he would be able to exact his revenge. Thus, he decided to let this addiction become his motivation for revenge. In Frostwave Weave, Xianxia space station had been completely sealed off, and only the leaders of the various Weave's powers were allowed in. Xianxia was filled with cultivators and soldiers from the Great Yu Empire, and they had to ensure that this alliance conference would proceed smoothly. The 13 Imperial squadrons had hidden themselves, and Xianxia, the blind monk, and the other hunters had put down everything they were doing to protect this alliance conference. Within the space station, a group of people walked out. The leader was an old man dressed in luxurious robes, and he had an excited and expectant smile on his face. Nearby, Enya and Xianxia led a group of people to welcome them. When he saw Enya, the old man's smile became even more fervent, and he hurried forward to greet her. This must be Lady Enya, and this must be Lord Xianxia. We've been talking through our communicators for a while now, and we've finally met in person. Huh. Enya smiled. Hello, Chairman Jibu. His Highness is in seclusion, so he can't appear for the time being. Please forgive him. Jibu hurriedly replied. His Highness the Royal Regent's cultivation is the most important. His Highness' strength is the foundation of our alliance's stability. Xianxia smiled. Chairman Jibu is still so energetic. Looks like he can still hold on to his position for a long time. This was the most pleasing to the ears, and Jibu laughed. He had joined the Great Yu Empire not only because of those secrets, but also because the Great Yu Empire would allow him to regain his position as chairman. He had betrayed his dignity and conscience to obtain this position, and he cherished it very much. Most people who had come to participate in this alliance conference were mainly concerned with the alliance's treaty and the formation of the alliance army. It was not necessary for the person in charge to be present, as safety was very important. However, to Jibu, the most important thing was to obtain the Great Yu Empire's guarantee that he would always be a chairman, which was why he had come personally. Xianxia's words were actually a guarantee, and Enya did not object. Jibu was in a good mood as he had not expected to achieve his goal as soon as he arrived at Xianxia. The rest was up to him to decide, as it had nothing to do with him. The Great Yu Empire could do whatever it wanted. Not long after, someone reported that the people from the Six-Fingered Tribe had arrived. Chairman Jibu, please go and rest. Enya smiled and had someone lead Jibu away. Not long after Jibu left, a group of people walked out. The leader was a young man with a calm expression and a faint smile. He looked very elegant, and he was the son of Bok Seamus, the leader of the Six-Fingered Tribe, Jake Seamus. As the leader of the Six-Fingered Tribe, Bok Seamus would not personally go out. To prevent any accidents from happening, Jake Seamus could take his place and make all the decisions. This was what most of the powers had done during this alliance conference, and only a few of them would send their highest representatives. The Alliance Conference did not only include the vast Earth Sect, Evenground Palace and other leading powers, but also many other powers in the Eastern Weaves. After all, these powers were only leading powers, and they were not the only ones participating. More than 100 powers had sent representatives to participate in this Alliance Conference, and only the leading powers needed to be welcomed by Enya and Xianxia. The other powers were welcomed by other ministers. Jake Seamus had an extraordinary bearing, and as the leader of the Six-Fingered Tribe, his mannerisms were more comfortable than Jibu's. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and there was even a hint of arrogance in his tone. However, this arrogance was completely restrained when he spoke to Enya. After Jake Seamus, the people from Grand Top Weave's 9-Stack sect arrived. The 9-Stack sect was Lu Yin's hidden power, and Tianming was his puppet. It would only take a few words for the 9-Stack sect to join the Great Eastern Alliance. This time, the 9-Stack sect had sent Lan Wu, the hunter who had discovered that there was something wrong with Tianming but had not mentioned it. Lady Enya, when will His Highness leave seclusion? Lan Wu asked. Enya smiled. I'm not sure, but he will definitely come out before the Alliance Conference. What? Do you have something to discuss with His Highness? Lan Wu smiled. I just want to ask about His Highness. Enya nodded and had someone lead Lan Wu away from the space station. Lan Wu looked back and felt a little apprehensive. Back then, Lu Yin had said that he would bring her to the Great Yu Empire to temporarily become a captain of the 13 Imperial Squadrons. At first she had resisted, as being a captain was not as comfortable as being a feudal official. However, her thoughts had changed. After the Great Eastern Alliance was established, the Great Yu Empire was the leading power, and Zenustar was the undisputed center of power in the Eastern Weaves. Only here could one enjoy true authority and the best resources from the Eastern Weaves. She also wanted to become stronger, but staying in Grand Top Weave would only mean accompanying Tianming as a puppet. This was not the life that she wanted. She could only look for Lu Yin after the Alliance conference. The space station that Enya and Hil Anna were in was very quiet, as it had been specially set up to welcome the leaders of the various powers. However, the space station not too far away was different, as there was a constant stream of people arriving from various powers in the Eastern Weaves. It was very busy. Enya and Hil Anna looked over and saw that the leaders of the various powers were all very attentive as they arrived with smiles on their faces. Hil Anna sighed. Back then our Great Yu Empire wasn't much stronger than those powers. It was only because His Majesty Undying Yushan expanded our territory that we were able to reach our current status. Enya calmly replied, Undying Yushan laid the foundation, and the royal regent is the one who truly propped up the Great Yu Empire. Hil Anna smiled. Of course. His Majesty Undying Yushan spent his entire life trying to unify the Frostwave Weave, but the royal regent was able to establish the Great Eastern Alliance. This is truly an unparalleled achievement. If the royal regent can one day remove the title of acting emperor, then that will truly be a blessing for our Great Yu Empire. Enya did not reply, as Hil Anna was expressing the Anna family's position. They were now completely loyal to Lu Yin, and because of this they had offended many courtiers and been reviled by many. They no longer cared, as they wanted Lu Yin to completely control the Great Yu Empire more than anyone else. Hil Anna saw that Enya did not respond, but he was not anxious. This woman did not react on the surface, but she would definitely relay his words to the royal regent in the future. Lu Yin appeared outside of a primitive planet in Dark Mist Weave. Your Highness, 5 explorers have already died, Yen Yen reported. Lu Yin killed one person every hour, and including the first one, for hours had already passed. Old Gouda had requested to speak with Lu Yin several times, but Lu Yin had ignored him each time. He had watched as Old Gouda sank into despair. Chapter 7:16. Seeing Lu Yin appear, Old Gouda shouted, What do you want? I've saved up quite a bit over the years, and it's enough to buy all of our lives. Hand over your savings first, Lu Yin said calmly. Old Gouda was on guard. Let us go first. Lu Yin left without another word, and no matter how loudly Old Gouda shouted, it was useless. Very quickly another 2 hours passed and 2 more explorers died. There were a total of 17 explorers under Old Gouda's command, but 7 of them had already died. The remaining explorers were in a state of panic, and they all looked at Old Gouda with strange expressions. It was obvious that they had been implicated. Lu Yin appeared once more and he repeated the same words. He wanted Old Gouda to hand over his savings. Old Gouda had been in outer space for many years and his mind was as sharp as a fox's. How could he possibly trust Lu Yin? What grudge do you have against me? Lu Yin looked at Old Gouda. Do you remember how many enemies you've made over the years? Old Gouda frowned as he stared at Lu Yin. Tell me. At the very least, let me know what kind of grudge you have against me is worth you coming all the way from Frostwave Weave to kill me. Lu Yin smiled and then left, not bothering to speak to him at all. Time quickly passed and one explorer after another died. An atmosphere of despair enveloped the entire spacecraft, and everyone's gazes towards Old Gouda became increasingly strange. Finally, 12 hours passed and 13 explorers had died. One of the explorers flew out and shouted at Yen Yen, Let us go. We're willing to hand over our savings. Let us go. Yen Yen coldly replied, You must hand over Old Gouda's savings. The explorer despaired. Old Gouda is a hunter, so there's nothing we can do. Yan didn't say anything. Lu Yin stood within the spacecraft and looked at the frozen planet with a calm expression. Behind him, the bespectacled Mistchild was curious. Your Highness, what enmity do you have with Old Gouda? Did he stop you from going to the Innerverse? What do you think Old Gouda cares about the most? The bespectacled Mistchild answered without hesitation. His son Gu-Er. Lu Yin nodded. Yeah, Gu-Er. On a primitive planet, another explorer froze to death. The remaining 3 explorers and 5 cruisers could not take it anymore, and they all went to find Old Gouda and begged him to hand over his savings. Old Gouda's gaze was cold. Do you think that if you hand over your savings he will let you go? That's impossible. His hatred for me runs too deep. He won't let you leave alive. How will we know if we don't try? Captain, please hand over your savings, one of the cruisers pleaded. The others surrounded Old Gouda in the middle. Within the spaceship, Gu-Er trembled and looked on in fear. Old Gouda sneered. What, are you trying to force me? With just the likes of you? They looked at each other with fear in their eyes, but there was also a strong sense of unwillingness. Captain, we don't want to die. Old Gouda suddenly attacked, and his blade tore through the void as he decapitated one of the cruisers. Fresh blood splattered onto the faces of the others, causing them to turn pale with fright. I, Old Gouda, am your captain, and I'm also a hunter. How dare you resist me? You're courting death. Old Gouda bellowed. He then looked up at Yan, who was outside the ice. I know that you want to force them to rebel against me. Since I've fallen into such a desperate situation, I'll fulfill your wishes. The remaining 7 cultivators could not stop Old Gouda's massacre at all. Fresh blood dyed the pristine white ground red. The remaining 3,000 cultivators in the spaceship watched in despair as fear spread through them. Old Gouda gripped his blade and looked at Yan. Are you satisfied now? I want to see Lu Yin. Lu Yin slowly appeared behind Yan and looked at Old Gouda in admiration. How ruthless. Those were your subordinates who had followed you for many years. Doesn't it hurt to kill them like this? Old Gouda stared at him coldly. Even if I didn't kill them, they would have died at your hands anyway. Isn't that what you want? I'm already in a desperate situation and you've already achieved your goal. Lu Yin's lips curled up. You never wanted to save their lives from the very beginning. Their lives were just tools that you used to resolve my hatred. I have to say that you did the right thing, and your current fate has helped me vent quite a bit of my anger. In that case, hand over your savings and perhaps I'll let you off. Old Gouda's eyes flickered, and he hesitated for a moment before taking out his cosmic ring and a drop of blood. He then placed the 2 items on the ice, and the ice seemed to come to life as it pulled the ring and the bottle away, landing in Lu Yin's hands. Lu Yin used Old Gouda's blood to open the cosmic ring, and when he saw the items inside, he was shocked to see so many star crystals. Old Gouda's cosmic ring was very large, and it far exceeded the ones sold on the market. It was almost as large as the one that Northgate Lai had given him. That cosmic ring had been obtained from the Starfall Sea, and it was worth 20,000 star essence. It was unexpected that a mere Astral River realm envoy like Old Gouda would be able to obtain one. There were many things stored in the cosmic ring, with the most obvious being the nearly 600,000 star crystals and thousands of star essence. There were also some Mavis Bank crystal cards, medicine from Shamrock Enterprises, and various weapons. Among the weapons there was a wrist guard that contained an especially large amount of rune lines, which was equivalent to a hunter's rune lines. Lu Yin took it out and looked at Old Gouda. Old Gouda looked at the wrist guard and felt his heart ache. That's a power vessel. Anyone who wears it can display double their physical strength as long as they don't exceed the peak of the hunter realm. Lu Yin's eyes lit up and he looked at the wrist guard with a burning gaze. It was a good item and it was perfect for him. As for the fact that the wrist guard could not exceed the peak of the hunter realm, it was nonsense to him. He could level up to the Enlighter realm or even higher, and then he would be able to display double his strength with a single punch. Just the thought of it was terrifying. I've given you everything I've saved up over the years. Please let us go, Old Gouda begged. Lu Yin casually gave the bespectacled Mistchild 1,000,000 star crystals as payment. Phantom Sting's starting price was 3,000,000 star crystals, and 1,000,000 crystals was already more than what the Mistchild could afford. The bespectacled Mistchild did not want it. I want the poison. Lu Yin did not give it to her. This isn't worth the poison. It was made by the enlightened elder Wu. The bespectacled Miss-child pouted. Lu Yin, I beg you, let us go. Old Guda shouted. Lu Yin looked at old Guda. How can I believe that you've already handed over all your savings? You've been in the universe for so many years, so you don't think that I'm that naive, do you? Old Guda's face paled and he pointed at Yan Yan. Ever since the frozen planet, I've never left that person's line of sight. You can ask him. Lu Yin sneered. People like you have long since hidden away their most important things. For example, your son. Old Guda's expression changed, and the spacecraft below them suddenly exploded. Flames shot up into the sky and Gu Er's screams could be heard. Old Guda immediately rushed over to save Gu Er, but he was blocked by the frigid air. Lu Yin, what are you trying to do? Hand over all your savings and I'll let you save him, Lu Yin said calmly. Old Guda slashed through the frigid air and struggled to make his way back to the spacecraft. But below them, Gu Er's screams grew louder and louder. Old Guda's eyes widened and he watched as Gu Er screamed in despair. His skin was already charred and he tore open his shirt, pulled out a cosmic ring hanging around his neck and tossed it at the ice. Lu Yin was not surprised, as it would be strange if someone like old Guda did not hide anything. This might not even be the last of his savings, but it did not matter as this was not Lu Yin's goal. Lu Yin, let me save him. Old Guda shouted as he slashed at the frigid air. Lu Yin waved at Yan Yan. All right, let him go. Yan Yan was helpless. I'm sorry, Your Highness. He's already dead. As the frigid air dissipated, Gu Er had already turned to ash and completely disappeared. Old Guda's pupils shrank and he trembled as he returned to the spacecraft. He looked at the ashes on the ground and then turned around to glare at Lu Yin with a venomous glare. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Did the late rescue remind you of anything? It happened 8 years ago. Old Guda's eyes widened. He stared at Lu Yin for a moment before laughing maniacally. Gu Er's death had caused him to lose control of his emotions. So that's how it is. I remember now. It's you guys. 8 years ago, a bunch of homeless dogs who had been chased out of the Innerverse were being chased. I purposely stalled for time so that you guys would suffer heavy losses. Lu Yin had Yan Yan remove the ice seal and he looked down at old Guda from high up in the sky. You remember now? Then your son's death was not unjust. Old Guda's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Lu Yin. I never thought that a homeless dog from 8 years ago would be able to reach this point. If I'd known, I would have listened to that person and slaughtered all of you to feed the fishes in the astral river. Lu Yin's eyes widened and his body suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already beside old Guda. He kicked out and sent old Guda flying, crashing into the ground. Old Guda wanted to resist, but his limbs were frozen in place and his body was smashed into the ground like a sandbag. Lu Yin stepped on old Guda's body and looked down at him. Who was that person? Old Guda spat out a mouthful of blood and his hair was disheveled. His eyes were bloodshot. Did you think that I would purposely stall for time if no one ordered me to? Did you think that a bunch of homeless dogs like you would be chased down so easily? Do you know how strong your pursuers are? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. In the past he had not known, but ever since he had learned that Big Sis and the others were from Leon's armada, he knew that things were not as simple as they seemed. Leon's armada dominated the Cosmic Sea, and it was the undisputed #1 overlord of the Cosmic Sea. Not a single member of that group was easy to deal with. The fact that Big Sis and the others had been able to leave the armada safely proved that their status in the organization was extremely high, and they were naturally very strong. Not many people in the Innerverse could hunt down such people, let alone the Outerverse. 72 people had died during that pursuit, and as a normal person, Lu Yin had not dared to watch the battle. However, with his current experience he could imagine how intense the battle had been and how strong the pursuers had been. It was definitely not the Leo clan that Uncle Reuben had told him about. The Leo clan had definitely participated in the pursuit, but they had not been the main force. Even old Guda had been involved. The pursuers had joined forces with many powers in the Innerverse and Outerverse, and they all had very high statuses. It was even possible that the Lu trial that the 10 arbiters had sent to Lu Yin had been a part of it. Chapter 717. The 10 Arbiters, Old Gouda and the Leo family. To be able to unite all of these powers meant that this person had unimaginable power. Who is that person? Lu Yin stared at Old Gouda. Old Gouda laughed bitterly. No wonder you hate me so much and forced me into such a desperate situation. You tortured me to your heart's content and now it's my turn. I won't tell you who it is, so go and find out for yourself. Ah. Lu Yin broke Old Gouda's arm with a single stomp, his eyes cold. Old Gouda laughed hysterically. I'll tell you, that person came from the cosmic sea. I won't tell you anything else, so go and find out for yourself. You'll only end up in despair, huh? He then spat out a mouthful of blood and committed suicide. Lu Yin stared at Old Gouda's corpse and fell into deep thought. Yen Yen and the Mist Child stood in the distance, neither approaching nor making a sound. In the cosmic sea, only one of the 4 major squadrons could cause Lu Yin to feel despair. Only a major squadron possessed a power that Lu Yin could not resist. Old Gouda definitely did not know the origins of Big Sis and the others, or else he would not have dared to intentionally stall for time. Leon's armada was the true overlord of the cosmic sea, and Lu Yin could not take revenge. However, Leon's armada was different. Unfortunately, Old Gouda had not mentioned which squadron it was. It had to be one of the 4 major squadrons, and Lu Yin was certain that only a major squadron would dare to provoke Leon's armada. This involved the struggle for supremacy in the cosmic sea, and any one of the major squadrons had the power to challenge the Day-Night clan. The planet thawed and it became even colder. Snow began to fall from the sky. In the distance, the spacecraft was still burning, and the 3,000 cultivators inside had fled in all directions, fearing that they would be massacred. Lu Yin did not plan on killing them. Even though these people had acted tyrannically on the Astral River Arc, their crimes did not warrant death, and Lu Yin was not the Tao protector. The Mist Child walked behind Lu Yin and carefully said, "Your Highness, I've already searched the spacecraft." Old Gouda did not hide anything else. Lu Yin glanced at Old Gouda's corpse. "Burn it." Yen Yen raised his hand and flames descended, turning Old Gouda into ashes. "Let's head back to Xenu Star," Lu Yin said. He had gotten his revenge, and although he felt carefree, he wasn't overjoyed. This was especially true after learning about the person behind the scenes, which made Lu Yin's heart sink. The Innerverse was currently being invaded by the 6th mainland, and he didn't know how Leon's armada was doing or how Big Sis and the rest were doing. Although he had never met Heizage Leon before, Lu Yin had a good impression of the man. Leon had once promised him, "Kid, don't be afraid. Do whatever you want. If anyone bullies you, I'll help you get back at them. Remember, you have my back." The words were crude, but they were sincere and they warmed Lu Yin's heart. At that time he had experienced what it felt like to be protected. He hoped that Leon's armada was doing well. There was nothing he could do right now. On Xenu Star, Enya and Hil Anna welcomed Elder Huaqiao from the Vast Earth sect. During the formation of the Great Eastern Alliance, the Vast Earth sect had been rather troublesome. First they had allied with the Day-Night clan and the Sun family, and then they had allied with Darkstar Gorge. In the end, even after they had decided to join the Great Eastern Alliance, they had still tried to unite the various powers to embarrass the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin was dissatisfied with the Vast Earth sect and so was Enya, but they did not show it. "Elder Huaqiao, welcome to Xenu Star," Enya said. Huaqiao nodded and looked up. He sighed. "In the end I still came. I admire the Royal Regent's methods and courage." Hil Anna smiled. "Elder Huaqiao must be tired. We've already arranged a place for Elder Huaqiao to stay. Please." Huaqiao nodded and left without saying anything else. "It seems like the Vast Earth sect hasn't given up yet. I heard that Meng Tianlong has been guarding Elder Meng Qing's door all day, waiting for him to wake up," Hil Anna said unhappily. Enya's eyes flashed coldly. "Meng Qing is an enlighter. If he wakes up, it will be troublesome." "Does your Highness have any plans?" Hil Anna asked. Enya shook her head. "I'm not sure." A few hours later, a spacecraft appeared and landed at the space station. This spacecraft did not originate from any other weave, but rather from the Great Yu Empire. Furthermore, it was from Xenu Star. The moment the spacecraft appeared, Enya's expression changed, as someone from Shenwu continent had arrived. Enya attached great importance to Shenwu continent because the most important people to Lu Yin were there. Of course, Xinwu continent could not have sent Ming Yen, as almost everyone else from the Ming family had been exterminated. The person who had come was Bei Hong, someone who surprised Enya. Bei Hong had been Ming Zhaotian's minister of war during his reign. Logically speaking, he should have been dealt with by Ming Zhaoshu, but Enya had heard that he had been killed a long time ago. She had not expected him to represent Xinwu continent in this alliance conference, which surprised even Enya. Behind Bei Hong was a young man who was curiously looking around. It was Bei Qing. Xinwu continent was gradually coming into contact with the universe. Although they could not directly enter the universe due to the 5 sealing planets, they could still use the space station's hunters to enter the outerverse. Xinwu continent had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, so they were naturally under Lu Yin's protection. Even the Day-Night clan in the space station did not dare to act against them. Only by leaving Xinwu continent could one see the vastness of the universe. Bei Qing's eyes lit up and he looked up. This was too mystical, as this was the outer realm. "Welcome to Xenu Star, Lord Bei Hong." Enya stepped forward to welcome him with a smile. Beside her, Hil-Ana also hurriedly greeted him. Although he was the foreign affairs minister, when it came to the matters of the Great Eastern Alliance, he was the subordinate and Enya was the leader. Bei Hong politely replied to Enya, "Thank you for welcoming me personally, Lady Enya. This Bei Hong is extremely honored." Enya smiled. "His Highness is in seclusion. You must be tired, Lord Bei Hong. Please rest first and wait for the Alliance conference to begin in a few days." Bei Hong nodded, as this was not a suitable place to talk. He looked at Bei Qing. "Unfilial son, hurry up and greet Lady Enya and Lady Anna." Bei Qing hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Enya smiled. "This must be Sir Bei Qing. His Highness has mentioned you before. I've heard a lot about you." Bei Qing was stunned. "He mentioned me? His Highness the Royal Regent knows me?" Enya smiled but did not reply. She then had someone lead the group from Xinwu continent away to rest. Along the way, Bei Qing was confused. "How does Royal Regent Lu Yin know me?" Bei Hong calmly replied, "How do you think His Highness cooperated with him? He went to Xinwu continent a long time ago and he should have disguised himself. He saw you and even interacted with you before, but you don't know him." Bei Qing was at a loss. How could he possibly remember a lowly coachman from back then? Not long after the group from Xinwu continent arrived, the people from Adonis Weave's Green Peak Gorge also arrived. This person was called Lu Heng and he was an elder of Green Peak Gorge. He was a hunter with green skin and a creepy smile. Green Peak Gorge's attitude was very respectful, and no one could find any fault with it. Enya and Hil-Ana exchanged some pleasantries with them and then had someone lead them away to rest. Neither Enya nor Hil-Ana liked Green Peak Gorge, as this organization was a fence-sitter. On the surface, they actively participated in the Great Eastern Alliance, but they had secretly agreed to ally with the Vast Earth sect. When they found out that the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society had moved to Frostwave Weave, they had immediately severed all ties with the Vast Earth sect. They were a standard example of double-dealing and they were looked down upon. Although the Vast Earth sect had always been looking for trouble, that was only on the surface. However, Green Peak Gorge was different. There were currently 8 weaves in the Great Eastern Alliance and Enya looked down on them the most. She was also most wary of Green Peak Gorge. The last to arrive was Barred Weave's Even Ground Palace, which was the furthest from Frostwave Weave. Elder Maya and Junior Palace Master Doro had arrived. After disembarking from the spacecraft, Doro looked around curiously as she sensed unusual energy fluctuations. At this moment, all of the top powers of the Great Yu Empire had gathered on Xenu Star. Lu Yin, who could contend with an Enlighter, was also present. In the entire Outerverse, there were very few powers that could compete with the current Xenu Star. Her master must be hopping mad at this moment. She had been looking forward to visiting Frostwave Weave for so long, but she had been stopped by the various elders. It was quite funny. However, her master had been right not to come. When Doro thought about how Mu Nikhang had said that she wanted to seduce Lu Yin, she became slightly flustered. Only the heavens knew if her master had truly intended to do such a thing. Given her lack of foresight, she might have actually dared to do such a thing. Fortunately, she had not come. Elder Maya brought Doro to meet with Enya and the others. Her attitude was calm and she was neither too enthusiastic nor too repulsive. Inya had someone bring Elder Maya and the others to rest before she unlocked the space station. The most important powers had all arrived and now, all that was left was to wait for the Alliance Conference to begin. The National Courtyard was where the representatives from the various powers would be staying. It was not far from the palace and King Zishan's palace, and it was located in the suburbs. The environment was pleasant and the security was tight. With the arrival of the representatives from the various powers, the National Courtyard became lively. The National Courtyard was very large and it was divided into many courtyards. Each courtyard was rather far from each other, but if they really wanted to meet, this distance was not enough to prevent them from meeting. At this moment, Lu ran from Adonis. We've coincidentally bumped into Elder Hua Qiao of the Vast Earth sect. Elder Hua Qiao, what a coincidence. Our residences are the closest. Lu Heng smiled. Hua Qiao glanced at Lu Heng in disgust. Yes, what a coincidence. Elder Hua Qiao, are you going next door? If I'm not wrong, then the residence next door is for Even Ground Palace. Could it be that Elder Hua Qiao still hasn't given up and still wants to embarrass the Great Yu Empire? Lu Heng asked in astonishment. Hua Qiao's expression turned ugly and he stared at Lu Heng. Don't spout nonsense. I'm just going over to greet them. Lu Heng covered his mouth and laughed strangely. Sorry, I forgot that this is Xenu Star and the walls have ears. Alright, Elder Hua Qiao, do as you wish. I won't keep you company. He then left with a smile. Hua Qiao snorted. Despicable. He had originally planned to find someone from Even Ground Palace and ask them why they had insulted the Vast Earth sect, but after Lu Heng's provocation he would inevitably be misunderstood as trying to ally himself with Even Ground Palace. He had no choice but to return. Today he had been disgusted by Lu Heng. Doro should be grateful to Lu Heng, as the message she had sent to the Vast Earth sect would definitely have been discovered by Elder Maya and the other higher-ups of Even Ground Palace. Sending such a message to a large sect was extremely disrespectful, and it was easy to make enemies. Although Mu Nikhang had been the one to send the message, who would believe her? In the eyes of the many elders of Even Ground Palace, Mu Nikhang was a steady, intelligent and mature person. She would never do such a thing, so she had to take the blame. Chapter 7:18. On the other side, Jibu paid a visit to the Great Yu Empire's imperial cabinet and the upper echelons of the four ministries, including the Hua family and the Ana family. He did not say anything else other than to get acquainted with them. Lan Wu, on the other hand, kept an eye on King Zishan's palace all day long, anticipating Lu Yin's return. Bei Hong and the others strolled around trying their best to get in touch with the universe. The various weaves all had their own plans. In outer space, Lu Yin sat in his lounge and rubbed his head. He had used his honor points to investigate the four great legions, but he hadn't obtained much information. Many people knew about the reputation of the four tyrants of the universe ocean, but very few people knew about them. It was impossible to find out who was behind the scenes through the information published on the internet. Lu Yin asked the Lemeter Mistchild as well, but she did not know anything at all. She was just a small assassin from the Outerverse mafioso planet who had just started cultivating. She had never even been to the Innerverse, so how could she possibly know about the Cosmic Sea's four overlords? Since the Innerverse and Outerverse had already been cut off, there was no point in trying to figure it out now. It would be better to wait until the future. When Lu Yin returned to Xenu Star, the Lockbreaker Society had also arrived at Planet Hydratink. Planet Hydratink wasn't too far from Xenu Star, and they were both in the same region. This was so that Lu Yin could go to Planet Hydratink whenever he wanted, and he had specifically chosen this location. There were natives on Planet Hydratink. The planet had not undergone too many technological changes, but it was connected to the universe. There was a space station and a personal terminal. At first, the Lockbreaker Society's arrival had aroused some opposition from the natives of Planet Hydratink, but they had all been forcefully suppressed. In order to prevent the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society from being harassed by natives, Huan Sha had specially ordered for the two organizations to be separated by the sea. With current technology, it did not take much time to construct a city, let alone a simple residence for lockbreakers. There were only a few thousand lockbreakers who had followed the society to Planet Hydratink, so it was easy to settle them down. What Lu Yin cared about was the Lockbreaker Society's hidden treasures. Most of the items within the Hall of Insight had been stolen, but Lu Yin did not believe that those were the entirety of the Lockbreaker Society's treasures. The Lockbreaker Society definitely had many source boxes. Currently only Phelan knew where those treasures were. The only unfortunate thing was that the 4 tree-sized source boxes could not be moved over, so they could only be left behind on Source Peak Planet. Source Peak Planet was on the verge of collapse, and in a few more years, it would completely disappear and turn into a black hole. It was a pity that those 4 tree-type source boxes had been lost. The Lockbreaker Society had just settled down on planet Hydratink when Kai Jianxiang arrived. Phelan was surprised to learn of Kai Jianxiang's arrival and immediately went to meet him. What exactly happened on Source Peak Planet? Kai Jianxiang asked solemnly. Phelan sighed and briefly recounted everything that had happened on Source Peak Planet. She purposely left out the Wei family and Lu Yin's coercion. The other party definitely wants to obtain the item in President Jeffrey's secret room, which is why they launched a sneak attack on the Hall of Insight. Fortunately, Senior Li and Lu Yin worked together to protect the item. Otherwise, we would have let President Jeffrey down. Kai Jianxiang frowned, secretly regretting it. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have left. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen so soon after he left. Phelan looked at Kai Jianxiang and said, "You don't have to blame yourself. You can only blame Saul for his despicable methods. Otherwise, with his strength, the many Lockbreakers and Lu Yin's Source Peak Planet would not have been in such a miserable state. At the very least, we would have been able to preserve the Hall of Insight. I will find Saul and make him pay the price." Kai Jianxiang's tone was cold and resolute. Phelan's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Kai Jianxiang in astonishment. Was this person's battle prowess so high? He was actually confident that he could deal with Saul, as Saul was someone who could fight against an enlighter. "Are you guys going to stay in Frostwave Weave from now on?" Kai Jianxiang asked. Phelan nodded and looked at the busy Lockbreakers. Lu Yin agreed to protect us with the Great Eastern Alliance's strength. You should know that President Jeffrey has been isolated from the Innerverse. Saul has defected, Senior Li has died, and Yi Feng and Mr. Jun have both left. I'm the only one left and I'm unable to protect everyone. The status of Lockbreakers is too high and we must have offended many people. We need someone to protect us. Could those people who attacked Source Peak Planet be related to Lu Yin? Kai Jianxiang guessed, as Lu Yin was the one who had benefited the most from this entire incident. Phelan shook her head. It has nothing to do with him. If it weren't for him, then the item in President Jeffrey's secret room would have been stolen. Their main goal was to steal that item, and Lu Yin was the one who resisted those people from the very beginning. It was also because of him that many treasures were recovered and many Lockbreakers did not die in vain. Kai Jianxiang's eyes flickered, as this was not enough for him to trust Lu Yin. Ever since he had found out that the Lockbreaker Society was going to move to Frostwave Weave, he had been investigating Lu Yin. There was quite a bit of information on this person, and from what he could gather, it was possible that Lu Yin was the culprit. "I want to meet with Lu Yin," Kai Jianxiang said. Phelan was worried. "Don't do anything rash. I can guarantee that this matter has nothing to do with him. He just happened to be participating in the competition." Kai Jianxiang grunted. "As long as it has nothing to do with him, I won't do anything." Lu Yin was very busy at the moment and he had no time to visit planet Hydratink. He had just returned to King Zishan's palace when Lan Wu came to visit him. She had been keeping an eye on the palace all day. "Greetings, Your Highness." Lan Wu bowed respectfully. Lu Yin grunted. "Sit." Zhao Ran poured a cup of tea for Lan Wu. "Why are you looking for me?" "If it's about the Alliance Conference, we can talk about it in 2 days," Lu Yin said. He did not have the time to discuss this matter with these people one by one. Lan Wu organized her thoughts. "Your Highness, you once said that you would allow me to become a captain of the 13 Imperial squadrons in the Great Yu Empire. Does that still count?" Lu Yin was stumped, as he had forgotten that he had indeed told this woman after killing Lei Long. At the time, the Great Yu Empire lacked experts and they did not have Phantom Sting Aiden or Yen Yen. He had hoped for a hunter to become a captain, which was why he had said those words. Now there were more and more experts in the Empire and he no longer had such a desire. Although the 5th and 10th squadrons still did not have captains, he hoped to find an absolute expert like Aiden or Yan Yan instead of an ordinary hunter. The 13 Imperial squadrons were very important to Lu Yin. He actually wanted to replace the previous captains Peach, Shalosh, Rocky Ana, Banjio and Luing Zishan. It was not because he was heartless but because their strength could not keep up. However, now was not the time. Lan Wu grew anxious when she saw that Lu Yin was considering it. Your Highness, this subordinate would like to serve you. Please give this subordinate a chance. Lu Yin looked at Lan Wu and thought about it. All right. Help me find a hunter to oversee the 9-stack sect and assist Tianming. I can let you become a captain in the Great Yu Empire. Lan Wu was delighted. Thank you, Your Highness. After Lan Wu left, Jibu, Lu Ran and Jake Seamus all came to visit Lu Yin. They did not have any particular business and they were just here to visit. By the time they left, it was already late and Lu Yin received Huaqiao. When he saw Lu Yin, Huaqiao's expression changed and he bowed deeply. Greetings, Your Highness. Lu Yin smiled. Elder Huaqiao, there's no need to be so courteous. The vast Earth sect was able to join the Great Eastern Alliance thanks to Elder Huaqiao. Huaqiao smiled. I dare not neglect Your Highness' orders. Sometimes one did not necessarily need to know a person's secrets in order to control them. Humans had 7 emotions and 6 desires, and as long as one was human they would have weaknesses. Huaqiao was no exception. Qing Yan had been exposed by the Sun family and had died. The Great Yu Empire had lost a spy and it seemed like a great loss. However, no one knew that this spy had only been on the surface. Lu Yin did not like having the initiative in someone else's hands. These secrets had come from Mafioso Planet, and the number of people on Mafioso Planet who knew about these people's secrets was equal to the number of people who could control these people. Thus, Lu Yin felt that these people were not reliable at all. Only those who were under one's control were the most reliable. Huaqiao was such a person, and no one knew that he was the true spy that the Great Yu Empire had placed in the vast Earth sect. I'll remember your contributions and I'll fulfill your requests. Don't worry. Lu Yin smiled. Huaqiao was grateful. Thank you, Your Highness. From now on, Meng Tianlong's every move will depend on Elder Huaqiao, Lu Yin said. Huaqiao was solemn. Rest assured, Your Highness. I'll definitely serve you to the death. Right, is Meng Qing really dead? Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and asked. Meng Qing was the vast Earth sect's only enlighter, and he had not appeared since he had entered seclusion. Meng Tianlong had been waiting at Meng Qing's location, which made Lu Yin feel uneasy. An enlighter was enough to change certain situations. Huaqiao was troubled. Your Highness, no one knows about this and Elder Meng's life is a mystery. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Your Highness, Meng Tianlong has been waiting outside Elder Meng's location every day, so there's a high chance that Elder Meng is still alive. Please make preparations, Your Highness, Huaqiao said respectfully. Lu Yin grunted. All right, you may leave. Yes, Your Highness. There were 2 enlighters in vast Earth Weave, Elder Zhua and Meng Qing. Elder Zhua was still in Iron Blood Weave, and she was not a member of the vast Earth sect. She might have some connections, but she did not have the qualifications to meddle in the Great Eastern Alliance's affairs. However, Meng Qing was different as he had the power to decide whether the vast Earth sect would stay or leave. Once he woke up, he could find Elder Zhua to join forces, and the 2 enlighters would be troublesome. On one hand, Lu Yin did not want Meng Qing to wake up and hinder his plans, but on the other hand he also hoped that Meng Qing would wake up. This was because the 6th mainland was likely to use the technocracy to invade the Outerverse, and the Outerverse needed high-end power. It was truly a contradiction. Only Dark Mist Weave's Bei Hong and Bard Weave's Elder Maya had not arrived, so Lu Yin decided to summon them and meet them all at once. When Elder Maya saw Lu Yin, her attitude was exactly the same as Elder Huaqiao's. She was the Great Yu Empire's spy in Evenground Palace, and her secrets were still in Lu Yin's hands. Dora was not summoned as she really wanted to meet Lu Yin. However, after being separated for several years, this person had grown a little too big. Back then, this person had needed their influence to force the Ross Empire to withdraw their troops. Now this person was able to suppress an entire Eastern Weave. With the power that he controlled, even if the Ross Empire attacked again, he would not be afraid. In just a few years he had developed a power that could rival the Innerverse's great powers. This person was a legend. Elder Maya came out and Doro asked curiously, "Elder, what did you talk to Lu Yin about?" Elder Maya glared at her. "Watch your attitude when you speak. In less than 2 days he will become the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master. In the future you cannot call him by his name." Doro grunted and then looked at King Zishan's palace with curiosity. Chapter 719. The last to arrive at King Zishan's palace was Bei Hong and his son, Bei Qing. Lu Yin summoned both of them. "Bei Hong greets your highness." "Bei Qing greets your highness." Lu Yin raised a hand. "No need for formalities. Please take a seat." Bei Hong bowed again and sat down nearby. Bei Qing stood behind Bei Hong and occasionally glanced at Lu Yin as if they had met before. Zhao Ran brewed a cup of tea and looked at Bei Hong curiously. Many guests had come today, but she had prepared enough tea for a few more waves. "How long have you known the Reverend King?" Lu Yin asked casually. Bei Hong respectfully replied, "I've known the Reverend King since I was young, and we even participated in the court examination together." Lu Yin was shocked. "The Reverend King participated in the court examination?" Bei Hong smiled. "Yes, the Reverend King's literary talent is admirable, but unfortunately he failed the court examination. It looks like Sir Bei has a close relationship with the Reverend King," Lu Yin commented. Bei Hong's expression changed. "The Reverend King has been biding his time these past few years, and so have I. Whether it's in the open or in the dark, I've never interacted with the Reverend King, and I've never said anything good about the Reverend King. If not for that, I would not have survived until now." "It looks like Sir Bei contributed greatly to the Reverend King's army," Lu Yin said. Bei Hong lowered his head and did not respond. Of course he did not refute either, as he did not know what Lu Yin meant. He had no confidence in this person, and every time he talked about this person with the Reverend King had warned him to be careful. Lu Yin looked at Bei Qing and smiled. "Looks like Sir Bei Qing has remembered me." Bei Hong looked back. Bei Qing's heart skipped a beat and he bowed respectfully. "Back when the Demon Hunters Society was chasing down the traitor Elder Hammer, there was a misunderstanding with your highness. Please forgive us." Lu Yin laughed. "My whereabouts were indeed suspicious at that time, so I don't blame you. Besides, I injured all of you. How are you? Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern," Bei Qing replied. Lu Yin looked at Bei Hong. "What is Sir Bei's current position in Shenwu continent?" Bei Hong replied, "I'm still the Minister of Military Affairs." Lu Yin nodded and stared into Bei Hong's eyes. "Does that mean that Princess Mingyan will have to rely on Sir Bei in the future?" Bei Hong replied, "Your Highness is exceptionally intelligent and I will do my best." Lu Yin retracted his gaze, as Bei Hong was not surprised at all that Mingyan would be in power in the future. It seemed that Ming Zhaoshu truly trusted Bei Hong, as he had even told Bei Hong about this matter. "Sir Bei, you should be aware of my relationship with Mingyan. Regardless of whether it's for public or private reasons, I do not wish for Shenwu continent to descend into chaos. I hope that you will do your best to assist Mingyan, and I will definitely reward you generously in the future. After this alliance conference, Sir Bei Qing can stay behind, and I will give him a bright future." Bei Hong was shocked. "Your Highness, this." Bei Qing stepped forward and said loudly, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. Bei Qing is willing to serve Your Highness." Bei Hong turned around and glared at Bei Qing, wanting to say something. Lu Yin smiled. "All right. Although the older officials are steady in handling matters, they still lack vigor. That's why I like to use the younger ones. As long as Sir Bei Qing has the ability, I will definitely not mistreat you in the future." Ever since he had left Shenwu continent and seen the flourishing and mystical universe, he had wanted to stay behind, and this was the perfect opportunity to do so. Bei Hong sighed and bowed deeply. "I'll have to trouble you, Your Highness." Lu Yin nodded and smiled as he watched the two leave. Ming Yen needed capable people to help her take control of Shenwu continent in the future. Since Ming Zhaoshu trusted Bei Hong so much, it proved that this person was capable. Lu Yin naturally had to control this person. He was not Ming Zhaoshu and he would not trust someone without reason. Thus, Bei Qing had to stay behind. Of course, Bei Qing's own abilities were not bad, and he was completely different from when Lu Yin had first met him. The fact that he had joined the Demon Hunters Society to hunt down the remnants of the sect proved that he had changed. Lu Yin could see a desire in Bei Qing's eyes, and he liked this type of person. Only with a goal would there be motivation. When they returned to the National Academy, Bei Hong angrily reprimanded Bei Qing. "Do you know what you're doing? Do you know how dangerous it is to follow Lu Yin? That person is very scheming and he has offended too many people. His methods are ruthless and following him will only result in death." "Then why are there still so many people following him?" Bei Qing retorted. Bei Hong opened his mouth but he could not say anything. This was the truth. Father, Lu Yin was able to control the Great Yu Empire and establish the Great Eastern Alliance, which means that he definitely has his own abilities. His methods aren't important, as you told me that following him is at least safer than roaming the universe alone. In any case, I don't want to return to the Shenwu continent, Bei Qing said. Bei Hong was exhausted. Also, you saw the situation tonight. Do we have any room to refute? Bei Qing asked. Bei Hong sighed. Since you're following him, you must be careful and think about everything. You have to be even more cautious when dealing with him than when dealing with the Reverend King. I understand, Father. Right, what did His Highness mean by that? What did he mean by assisting the princess? Will the Shenwu Empire be handed over to Ming Yan? That's impossible. His Majesty is still young and he will definitely have a son. Bei Hong glared at him. Do your own thing and don't ask too much. Bei Hong regretted answering too quickly. If he had pretended not to know, then his son would not have been detained in the Great Yu Empire. He had been tricked by Lu Yin. Although Lu Yin was young, he was very smart. He had spent an entire day receiving important people from various weaves, and the remaining powers did not even need to be summoned, as they did not have the qualifications to meet with him. It was time for Lu Yin to visit Phelan and the others on planet Hydrodink. He could not just leave them alone, and he also needed to give some of the chips to Phelan. Most importantly, Lu Yin wanted to investigate the inner workings of the primeval surnames. The primeval surnames had always been ostracized, and the 10 arbiters had used a piece of paper to expel them. No one could refute that. The primeval surnames had a miserable status in the universe, and the Lockbreaker Society had explicitly stated that they were not allowed to recruit people with the primeval surnames who did not meet the requirements. Perhaps Lu Yin would be able to find out something from them. On planet Hydrotink, Phelan was organizing the current list of lockbreakers when her gadget beeped. She took a look and saw that Lu Yin had arrived. Soon after, Lu Yin appeared on planet Hydrotink. The planet was lush with greenery and the sea was vast. The air was very fresh and it had always been a tourist planet. Now that it had become the headquarters of the Lockbreaker Society, its status had changed from a tourist planet to one of the most important planets in the entire outerverse. The prices of goods on the planet had not been high, but now they had increased by several times and there were no signs of them stopping. Countless merchants flocked to the planet, and if not for the temporary restrictions on foreign population, the planet would have been overcrowded. Even with the restrictions on foreign population, the planet was still surrounded by spaceships, and there were people stationed on all of the surrounding planets. Planet Hydrodink had become a second Xenu star, and it was even more famous than Xenu star. Lu Yin stood in the air above the sea and saw that the number of rune lines at the bottom of the sea was not small. These were the rune lines of a Lemmeter sea beast. There were Lemmeter sea beasts on planet Hydrodink, and while they were dangerous to the natives, they were not that dangerous to lockbreakers. Phelan appeared next to Lu Yin. I thought that you would be here after the Alliance conference. Lu Yin smiled. The Lockbreaker Society has taken over, and as the host, I naturally had to pay a visit. Also, I have something to give to you. He then passed a cosmic ring to Phelan. Inside are some Lockbreaker's lifetime lockbreaking experiences. This is one of the conditions that I promised you. Phelan accepted the ring. She knew that these chips must have come from the Hall of Insight, but they had been unable to protect the Hall of Insight, which had allowed outsiders to take advantage of them. Senior Lee's lock-breaking experiences must be disseminated. This is one of the conditions that I promised you. I hope that you won't forget about it. Phelan fell silent for a moment before asking, What do you need the Lockbreaker Society to do for you? I haven't thought about it yet, but we'll talk about it later. You guys have already helped me, Lu Yin said. He then looked at Phelan. There's something that I'm very curious about and I hope that you can enlighten me. Phelan nodded. Go ahead. Lu Yin thought about it and then asked seriously, why does the universe reject primeval surnames? Phelan was surprised that Lu Yin would ask such a question, but then she remembered that the person in front of her was surnamed Lu, which was a primeval surname. I don't know. Lu Yin stared into Phelan's eyes. Phelan did not avoid his gaze and instead met his gaze. She answered seriously, this is a rule that has been passed down since ancient times. Anyone with a primeval surname must obtain a legal status, or else they will be ostracized and hunted down. No organization under the Hall of Honor can accept anyone with an illegal primeval surname, and violators will be killed without mercy. This is not a rule set by the Lockbreaker Society but by the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Hall of Honor? Phelan nodded. Even President Jeffrey might not be able to answer your question as it's been too long. There are many powerful sects in the universe that have inheritances from ancient times, and all of them have records of rejecting primeval surnames no matter how long ago they were. It's as if this rule has been passed down since the beginning of humanity. No one can explain why, but it has to be done. And to be honest, no one has been able to accurately pinpoint what the primeval surnames are. The only ones that we know are Lu, Wang, Xiao and Bai. We don't know the rest. Does the Lockbreaker Society have any records on this? Lu Yin asked. Phelan replied, as I said before, all of the powerful sects have records, but there are no records that can explain why. Also, our society's ancient records disappeared along with the Hall of Insight. Lu Yin felt a wave of pity and sighed. Why were the primeval surnames rejected? Did they not belong to this universe? It seemed that if he wanted to learn more he would have to start from Jupiter. However, with his current strength he could not break through Jupiter's defenses. Wei Rong won't let you off, Phelan suddenly said. Lu Yin looked at her and found it rather funny. Are you trying to sow discord? Phelan looked away. You know Wei Rong's character better than I do. He used the internal conflicts within our society to collapse Source Peak Planet and gather a group of lockbreakers. However, your gains are even greater than his and you're even borrowing his path. He won't be satisfied and the Great Eastern Alliance borders armament weave so he won't be at ease. Lu Yin sized up Phelan. You've become smarter. Phelan frowned but she did not refute him. She had indeed been naive in the past as she had believed that Wei Rong had sincerely helped her become the president and that he had only wanted to gain her favor. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.